7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Rocking and fucking rolling and fucking 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 rocking and
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Friday. Happy maintenance day for however long that's left. What time did it kick off? Was it about an hour ago? I know it was supposed to be 1 o'clock my time, I think it was. Has it been going about an hour? We've got about 5 hours left. It was about 12:30. Okay, so 4.5 hours, potentially. Anyway, that kind of puts a halt to doing anything in-game. We were supposed to have a good old trade meet today, do some of off-grid selling as well, but I'd rather get the fixes in than, you know, having to deal with all the bugs and whatnot. So, yeah, fingers crossed. This fix, all these fixes come in, maintenance happens, the ironclad works. Oh, that would be nice. Everything is back on track. I mean, obviously not everything is going to get fixed, but the good problems, the big problems will all be in well. Anyway, let's see who's here first and foremost. We're going to spend the day just chatting, chilling, talking about the monthly report, about the roadmap update, about 481, about what we're excited for. Sketto, Sandman, Dukestar, Boo Juice, Ship, Stang, Travis, Brew, Mini, or Miney. Music is a bit louder, that last track. This one's a bit more smooth and calming. Lucky G. I don't think that's everyone on YouTube. Oh, 7 YouTube. And then over on Twitch, Solomon with the 5 gift subs. Beers and party bus, please. APOC with the 26-month resub. Beers and party there as well, please. We have Sandman, Dendra, Solomon, Deacon, Silent Blob Jones, my bot, Facemaker, thank you Facemaker, Actual, Sizen, Drago, APOC of course, Rift, Lance, Rhino, Stern, Peanut, Rem, Solomon, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs again, my friend. What else we got? Pharamon, Araxius, Mickle, Scandalicious, Azarinth, Zozda, Mickle, I've just said that. Fanstar, Robert, was it you, Fanstar, or was it Phantom Killer that joined us last night? And I didn't even realize they'd come in until it was almost time for me to leave. Quantum, Ralthan, Kraz, Robert, Athos. And I think... No, there's no wipe because of this. There won't be another wipe for a long, long while, I wouldn't think. How do you do 0 to hero when people can just got mass... Well, they don't anymore. They don't anymore. They wiped. And it reset everyone back to square one. Not to say that there aren't some people out there with masses of credits, of course, because some people will do. I think there is still an exploit that is getting fixed today, but yeah, they will wipe that. It was you, Fanstar. Did you even say hello when you came in? It was just as I was about to sort of leave. I noticed your name while we were in the sky. How did you get on last night? All good, I hope. Hellstorm, good morning. But yeah, they've wiped already, so people don't have, you know, billions anymore. Some people do have millions, some people have acquired it over time since playing. But yeah, it's not like it was, thankfully. L Mike, welcome user, yo! And for them to fix a new right away when they have a list of other ships that would be repaired first. You what, sorry? What are we talking about? Oh, they've got a backlog of ships that still need to be gold passed with issues and bugs lingering from the start. Some of those ships have been... Yeah, so the plan with the ships is that they basically gold standard the ones that are the biggest problems or the most used. But that gold standard bar is constantly moving. So to be fair, as much as it's nice to get ships up to date with, you know, the current standard, and it would be great to get them all up to date, they're going to constantly have to go back over them anyway. It's just the nature of the business. It's a double-edged sword, really, because I like getting these ships in. I think it's great having all these ships, a lot of variety, a lot of differences and choices to make. But at the same time, it does require a lot of back and forth with fixes. Trader, Nexus, thank you guys so much for the resubs. Beers and party, please. How did you get on after I left then? Was there much more action after that? Yeah, a lot of people are being banned for exploiting and so forth. So if you see an exploit, or if you discover that there is an exploit, report it. Don't use it. Get them told. You have 2.3 million after every wipe. You could just send it away and start from scratch if that's causing a problem for you. Mike Reng, how you doing? Vince, welcome. Oh, so you were exchanging what the credits and buying some RNs UEC. I mean, when the day comes to like be 1.0, here it is. You're going to be set, right? You're going to have all this money that will allow you to get, some people will like that, some people won't. I have my main account, which I don't really have to worry about finances in that because it's linked to the org and we're all doing stuff. We have the org bank to help with things. So it's not like, I'm scraping by on that account. But on my other accounts, I have 3 other sort of, not zero to, well, I have 2 zero to heroes and one that is just a private account that only has like 1 ship on. And I really, really enjoy those because I just love the process of starting from nothing and just looking in my inventory and just seeing, 1 or 2 things. And it's, when 1.0 comes along, I am lucky that I'll have the org, account that I'll be able to do all the big endgamey kind of stuff. I hate using the term endgame because there's no end to this game. But then I'll also have my Zero to Hero stuff. I'll have my private, just living in a cabin doing nothing but chilling. No, that's the thing. If you don't want to grind, especially when 1.0 comes along, having that 2.3 mil in your account when the time comes, you will be set and you will be absolutely fine, won't you? So yeah, so basically the game is down right now because they're performing a 6-hour maintenance that started about an hour and a half, maybe an hour ago. 2 hours ago. As well as rolling out 30 plus bug fixes for 4.8. A lot of those include ironclad issues. Some of them I think are related to docking, although hopefully they'll fix the docking issue. There was one that was for an exploit. So that's all being brought in today. This is kind of like the second half of 4.8.1. Even though they have shut down, or they will be shutting down, the first half of 4.8.1. This is kind of confusing. So 4.8.1 and a half released yesterday, or whatever day it was, with these new missions, these new defend location missions. But it didn't bring the bug fixes or the maintenance. So they said they'll bring that. Oh, it was Wednesday, wasn't it? They said they'll try and bring that on Thursday. Didn't happen Thursday. Happened today. They're bringing these. It's a bit loud. Apologies. They're bringing these bug fixes and maintenance windows. But they're disabling the missions, the defend missions, because of an issue with them. Thank you, Salmon. So it's kind of like we're still, when we get 4.8.1, we're still getting only half of it, essentially, because they've disabled the first bit. So, swings and roundabouts, I guess. What's my thoughts on getting salvage missions planetside? We have salvage missions planetside. What do you mean? Because, yeah, we don't have them in Stanton. As Rhino says, Pyro, you can go to a settlement, for example, like, I can't think of it, a Jackson Swap. That's probably a bad example, but somewhere like that. And there will be salvage missions, hand salvage missions, where you can go and scrape a little bit of salvage and job done. Gene, how you doing? But what we really want is all of these types of missions everywhere, not just, those in, like the handyman missions and the salvage missions by hand in Pyro, but not in Stanton. We want them everywhere. We want all the missions, not necessarily all the missions, because some of them will be star-specific, but we kind of want a lot of it everywhere. We want more meaningful. In fact, we will be running through the monthly report today, and they do talk about bringing more evergreen content, more, I can't remember the term they used. Mission team, where are you? So they're creating a faction focused on non-combat gameplay, which is part of the plan for 1.0. Evergreen, where are you? Where's the word evergreen? That'll be a good one to find. There it is. So, narrative have begun adding a variety of contracts that will bring more gameplay to the verse, not only for upcoming events, but for some expanded evergreen missions as well. So it's kind of like they're wanting to, like the mission stuff is, they're working on the new mission system, they're working on many new contracts, and these evergreen contracts that will just be constantly available. And a lot of the stuff that we have already will likely be updated to them in version 2, but hopefully spread more around the verse, because we want all player types, like you might be a salvage or a mine or whatever, to have available missions continuously in every system, in every sort of planetary system. But do definitely check out those salvaging pyro missions. They're quite fun, in fact. They don't pay a lot. They're not like, gonna earn you huge credits, but they're fun. Oh, I don't know, Gene. I wouldn't say it makes a difference. Zol, how you doing? The NPC's just ramming the escort. You're joking? Is that? I think it was related to the elevator. Was it why they took the defend missions down? But that's annoying if they're ramming the actual escort ship that you're supposed to be escorting. Biomechanical. How you doing, my friend? Are you well? No CitizenCon this year, mate. Won't be seeing you, I'm afraid. Yeah, so in regards to planetside wrecks and things, Maelstrom, I think, is what's holding up the whole organic sort of salvage, not organic salvage missions, but also organic salvage missions, but, NPCs. Because part of Maelstrom, which hopefully will be tied into Genesis, built with that in mind, is as a planet, as a spaceship crashes into the ground, it's not going to be like it is now, where it just kind of like the ground is static, it bounces and it bombs and the ships break off a little bit. It will, in some fashion, deform the planet and sort of become, a part of the planet as I suppose, a permanent structure that will then become, sort of take on the environment as it over time. Yeah, embed itself. It's like, and then over time you'll see that wreck go from, on fire to then the fire going out and it's starting to rust and then plant life taking over it and so forth. That is the sort of long-term plan. We need, I suspect, Genesis Planet Tech. We need Maelstrom, the damage system, to allow that to simulate. And then at that point, that's when we will probably start seeing these. I suppose they are organic wrecks, even if it's an NPC, because it means an NPC has crashed into the ground. Whether the NPC ships persist, whether all player ships persist, I don't know. They'll have to manage that based on the, the performance and clutter. But at the same time, part of the starcitect, I would think, is maybe, we haven't been officially told, but I would assume it's quite likely that it will place wrecks to be salvaged more dynamically or as part of the points of interest that just get placed. Because one thing they did mention about starcitect is that you might go to a location that is, like a pirate outpost where they're making drugs and stuff. Drugs are bad, okay? And you've got, like, turrets dotted around and defenses to protect themselves, and then you may have, you'd expect to see wrecks dotted around there as well. Those wrecks will be places you can explore. Whether you can salvage them, I doubt it, because they're permanent points of interest, but they may start dotting the universe with, wrecks to salvage that would populate as a mission is taken on. A bit like how we have it in space now for wrecks showing up where you go and take a salvage claim, but having them placed on a planet instead, which would be cool. So we'll see. That was a bit of a long duration chat about something that could have been said quite quick, I think. Thank you, Alpha. I have got a lot of... I've recorded quite a bit of my off-grid, but it's not likely going to be like multiple episodes because it's just me looting at the moment. But I've got footage there to put together that I'm hoping to get to soon. Roho, how you doing? You need an Aurora the size of an Odin. Still a single-seater, the same capacity, just the frame upsized. Good luck with that one. Frazzled, how you doing? You want a proper tutorial that starts us on the ground needing to salvage. So the tutorials, in terms of Star Citizen tutorials, there is like a starting tutorial that you can accept for like takes about 30 minutes if you want that. But 1.0 is where we will see the full proper onboarding. It's like a main mission, a main story arc that will teach on board, and then you will learn more about the verse, the lore, the different mechanics like mining, salvaging. It'll introduce you to different factions and corporations that you can work for, unlocking the different ships, and it will sort of circle around and earn you citizenship. That's all part of the main story arc of 1.0. So I think it's probably a waste of time to really spend too much time on tutorials now. In fact, it is definitely a waste of time. This is one of the reasons why I don't do tutorials all that much right now, is because the game is changing so much. And CIG have done tutorials in the past, and they have become instantly outdated when the game changes. I think it's best to rely on the community to provide tutorials for the time being, because they can keep up with the sort of week-to-week, patch-to-patch changes. And then when 1.0 comes along and everything is kind of set without changing too drastically, that's where Star Citizen will take over and do that teaching. But for now, I would certainly suggest just watching, video streams, content from creators who are, putting tutorials together. Yo, AirMax, how you doing? How do you find derelict ships? Do you mean player derelict ships? Or do you mean points of interest like this? Hello, how you doing? No, I don't know about the laser fix on the Idris. Anyone got any word on that one? 1.0 will never come. Why are you here then? If you think 1.0 will never come, why are you even here? Of course it'll come. Caveman, how you doing? Keeping up with your fitness, bio. Very nice. Can you believe it was that you actually have muscle now? I know it sucks there's no con, but I understand why. Yeah, exactly. Now, glad to hear that you're, you're pumping iron? Is that what you're doing? Yeah, we need a lot of bug fixes for 4.8. It's a total mess. Well, it's not a total mess. That doesn't do it justice. Certain areas are a total mess. Certain activities are complete messes. But, it has good parts to it that work really well. Zimba, how you doing? Damage, welcome. I'm trying to keep up. Yo, Galathea, this is... To be fair, I mean, at the end of the day, certain planets and areas look way better than this. Certain, parts of the planet look terrible, up close especially. You got a Hurston, you got a Bloom. It looks phenomenally better than what we're seeing here. And this was a closed demo where they purposely made sure that everything the player saw was at the best quality possible. Genesis, at the end of the day, is going to completely just eradicate all planets that we have seen so far and make them all look so much better. Oh, very nice bio. Finished with a 10 to 20 minute run. In this heat, I bet that gets you sweating. Although saying that, it's not too bad today. But flipping heck, it's been warm. Now, glad to hear it, mate. Sounds like a lot of fun. What is my one dream ship that's still in development? One thing that my thoughts always come back to the Endeavour and the farming modules. I've said this before, but the idea of waking up in the morning, getting a coffee, waking up in the Endeavour, getting a coffee, and then walking in, and there's, a member of the org who I'm taking over from, maybe, who has just been sort of tending to the crops, making sure they're all right and whatnot, and then, taking over that. I think that'll be quite fun. But there's so many ships I'm looking forward to. The Kraken, the Odin, just for the sake of running it as an org and how cool that's going to be. Getting out of bed is your exercise. Yeah, it's hard enough, isn't it? You find it hard to justify 5k Yeah, you shouldn't. Why are you trying to justify spending 5k to your mate, Skeever? You absolutely shouldn't be. I can't justify anyone to spend 5k on a ship. The only real justification there is if you want to buy it and you can afford it and you're happy to, then buy it. It's for those people who want it, who can afford to buy it, and it helps with development. There's no reason to try and justify it. Thank you, David. How you doing, by the way? Applebite, welcome. Such a great solo ship. Everyone has different financial status, right? As much as it's shit for people like me who are skint all the time, there are people out there who have plenty of money, and, you know, it's not for me to judge or for me to be jealous or whatever. I don't care. I spend what I can, where I can, on what I want, provided the bills are paid and everyone else is in a different situation. It isn't for anyone to try and justify it. If they can't afford it, then don't. I can't afford it. I'm not buying it. There's no way I can even think about it. So I don't even consider the idea of buying. We'll obviously, you know, members of the org have picked it up because we've got some whales, but we will probably end up crafting one anyway. It'll be craftable in game. Minimal, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 17 months, mate. Welcome. Creature Called, welcome. You love that your org has been... and I have been discussing the Odin in terms of tactical advantage, disadvantage, and we've all come to the same conclusion. It's cool and powerful, but it has glaring weaknesses that are very exploitable. Well, that's the intention. They don't want one ship to rule them all. Every ship needs to have a way to be taken down, but it's up to the people who are operating that ship to not allow that to be exploited and to put their, you know, best face forwards as such, and then hide the bad side of it. It's like any ship. There is no ship, doesn't matter what the price is, there is no ship that is that won't have a weakness. And it's a case of just running it in the way that you can that will mitigate the amount of weaknesses that are present. Is there a line of code in Genesis that will make the ground actually ground? I really hope so, Rico. One of the things of Genesis that I really, really hope means that we never, ever have to see again is falling through the planets. It is one of the most infuriating issues with Star Citizen, like, full stop. The amount of times I've started an off-grid, you know, zero to hero, and walked into a building and fell through the planet. And it just, you know, back then there was no recovering of anything. It was, you're done. I mean, it's still kind of that way now. And that would be, right, that's why we're not doing off-grid this year, sorry, this patch. The social updates, yes, they've started working on the social updates. They are so necessary. In fact, talking of like Starcoms, I finally got round to buying a new mouse, because with Starcoms, like, I put a hole in my mouse because I was pressing it too hard and it just went in, and I haven't changed it since. But that used to be my comms. Then VoIP stopped working, so I thought I'll just use Discord with that one channel that, you know, Nexus flings between and talks to me from different channels in Discord. Sundevil, how you doing? And I just thought, I'll be fine. And then we started looking into Starcoms and have somewhat adopted it. So I was like, I need a mouse where I can have buttons for different channels and maybe emotes. I know I've spoken about it in the past, and I ended up going for... Look at that beast! The Razer Naga V2 Pro. I thought, out of all the ones that I'd seen, this one speaks to me the most. And the cool thing, not that I'm going to use it, but you see these buttons? You can just take them off and swap them for different ones. You've got, like, you can have 2 or 6. I'm going to go with the MMO one. And it just magnetizes on. I thought this would be a really finicky, like, slotting it in place. It just magnetizes on. Insane. So that's going to help me, because I can have all the different command channels, I can have all the different emotes and whatever I need. Finally got around to buying it after putting it off for so long, because I didn't want to spend money, but having a mouse with a hole in it is not a good idea. Void, how you doing today, mate? How's your Perseus? Was it a Perseus you brought, or a Polaris? Criminal, welcome. Yeah, no one's forcing anyone to pay extra, to pay more, other than if you want to play the game, a standard starter package. Don't even think about anything beyond that. Earn it in-game. I implore you. Yo, Bluey, 16 mil in the bank. Banu Merchantman loaners, the Railing loaners, the M8 to the Hull A. What ship should I buy with this AUEC in my pocket? I kind of want to... High-end trading. I mean, you could get... Although, no, you can't get an 890, can you? Maybe an ironclad once the... I don't know what's the BMM loaner and the Railing loaners. You probably already have decent ones for hauling. I would say sit on it for now. Yo, Axis. Yeah, Castra would be cool to see this year. I don't know if it's going to happen, though, but it would be very cool.
Oh, yeah.
Is that you, Void?
Get a coffee. You know you want one.
Yes, I'm going to get a coffee. Hang on, let me see if that pops up and actually tells me what's going on. Why is it not telling me? Activity feed, that's what I need. It'll probably pop up. I'm assuming that's you, Void. We'll wait and see what it says when it finally pops up and tells me who donated. Thank you so much, by the way. Oh, hang on. Let's just... What's going on? Why is it not working? Maybe I need to reset it. Anyway, beers and party and cheers. Thank you so much. I will certainly be getting a coffee. In fact, I will probably go get one now, to be fair. Piggy, how you doing? Hooting Night Owl, welcome. You can't get Starcoms to download. For some reason, it won't reach the website. Have you tried the other downloads? Because we're using the Windows version. You could try the standalone, see if that works. Fuckball, how you doing? That's not what your name is. Feckball, how you doing? Thank you for joining us. Apologies, children. Even the thumbpad isn't enough for Star Citizen's hotkey needs. I mean, it's better than what I've got so far, so it'll do the trick. But yeah, keybinds and Star Citizen just... Terry, welcome. How you doing? Nice to see you. Are you well? It has been a while. It's all good, thank you. Yeah, how are things with you? Misses and younglings are good. Well, youngling, doing some gym stuff today. Yeah, hopefully these fixes work. I would love to use my Ironclad Assault properly. We tried it, didn't we, the other day, guys? And we... it didn't go well, but we managed to get stuff done. The fixes, the maintenance is going on... It started at about 12:30 and it's 6 hours. 12:30 my time, which is BST. Rid, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Feckball, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, Game Touch Controller, GameGlass, Steam Deck, or Stream Deck. There's all sorts of stuff we need. Yeah, I'm not seeing the comments, but it's certainly not a pay-to-win game. I can guarantee, you give someone an Odin, they will lose. If they're the only ones in it, they will lose. How long do you think, welcome biscuits, it's going to be before the servers are back up? Yeah, a while, unfortunately, a little while. Skeever, just stop. Jesus Christ. Why do people come to a channel and just complain? Like, go and do something with your time. If you really feel that way about something, why are you sitting in a stream about it? Like, it makes no sense to me. If there's certain games or things that I hate, I wouldn't sit in a stream and tell everyone in the stream how much I hate it. Zero, thank you so much for your 20 stream streak, my friend. Yeah, to be honest, you just melt and rebuy. Why not, you know? Griefball, welcome. Do we know anything about the maintenance that's on? Yeah, let me just read the information that we have about the maintenance. I haven't actually spoken about exactly what it's doing or what they've posted about it. There's a lot of fixes coming in with this maintenance for 4.8. So, do we have a list of all the fixes? We don't really, do we? But there's been quite a few fixes to the Ironclad. There's been a few fixes to... Man, I've gone a blank. I can't think. So there's no patch notes. No, they don't really do patch notes for this sort of stuff. But they have been talking about various fixes. I think I have a... Hang on, I'll have a Google document of what I've written about it. Bear with me. Just blows my mind. Blows my mind, people's mindsets. Alright. Where was the last... Quick update 4.8, was that it? Latest... 4.8.1 maintenance, maybe that's it? I can't find it. So the main fixes for the... oh, here we are. So, Ironclad, the nav and SEM mode switching, that's supposed to be fixed. The separating when in quantum travel or after finishing quantum travel, that's supposed to be fixed. Suffocating inside the Ironclad is under investigation. This was a week back. They're working on fixes for that one, so hopefully with this maintenance window, that's fixed. They're also working on issues involving the Ironclad radar, persistent quantum sound loops, random explosions while docked, third-person camera focus being locked to the command module, lights that cannot be turned off, and trespass warnings. They also mentioned that docking issues, including player falling through the docking collar pipe, is also under investigation now that they've been able to reproduce it internally. What else was there? Issues relating to contracts, the star map, ships, services, and more. They're all being either worked on with fixes coming in or to be fixed later on. They've also been actively tracking and working through all the reports we've been putting, with a number of fixes already progressing through testing and validation alongside additional hot fixes planned. I think some of these may have already come in terms of because there was a couple of hot fixes that went out, one for people that are shard locked, another one for something else, and I can't remember what it is. It's all a bit blank to me now because I've slept since. But yeah, we'll have to wait once the maintenance is over. We'll hopefully jump in and see what's working, see what's not working, and keep those issue councils going. Noobsy, welcome. No, it's a hot fix, a maintenance window with some bug fixes. But we need them. We need them fast. Anyone know when the maintenance will be completed? A few hours from now, I'd say. It's probably later this evening in terms of UK. Got 4 groups in StarCitizen. Those who understand it and as an alpha, those who play and enjoy, those who only are capable of complaining, and then the sour and never played. Oh, well, to be fair, there's probably many other groups, subgroups and whatnot, but yeah, it takes, a world to make a world. Bless you, Fegball, thank you. Didn't know I was a Twitcher. Yeah, I've been on Twitch since 2015, funnily enough. Crazy, really. Oat Boat, how you doing? The game kept kicking you back. Yeah, maintenance, mate. It's, you can't play right now. I haven't really tried the M80 outside of just flying it. It's cool, but it's not my kind of thing. But it's one of the sort of meta ships right now, as you can expect with it being just launched. Yeah, at the end of the day, I am seeing plenty of progress, and I feel like we're actually in one of the best places we've been with the game for a long while. Now, of course, depending on how long you've been part of the project and how many issues you've been seeing recently will determine your perspective of it all. But from day one to where we are now, we've had many worse patches. We've had many longer droughts of content. We've had, issues with core tech. Right now, as much as 4.8 has seen a ton of problems, and I absolutely think they should be throwing ships into the PTU for a lot longer than, never, do not agree with that at all. We're actually in a really good state with where we are. And this year is about getting all the features, or not all the features, but as many features. It's all about getting to 1.0. And there's a lot of things needed for 1.0. So they're essentially throwing a lot of that in. Features, content, core tech is getting updated. A lot of the work on entitlement and our accounts and being properly tracked and stable in terms of, what our gear is and where it is and when we should access it and our hangars and so forth. It's all progressing, and there's fixes coming in that are making it work better. It's part and parcel, in my opinion, of just playing an alpha of, the privilege of being a part of an alpha and helping develop it as we go. That's all just how I see it. We're here to help. So, but right now, we're not far off from getting to the point of 1.0 being a reality. And before it does even get to that, the game is going to get more and more stable as more of this stuff comes in, and they're no longer messing with, core foundational tech and coding and so forth. And then it's just optimizing and bug fixing. But of course, we're going to see a lot of problems when they drop Genesis. I'm sure it'll be an absolute nightmare. It might be super terrible on performance and need fixing. Flood, how you doing? Binks, welcome. It is just part and parcel of the game. And as always, of being a backer, my only advice that I think most people, well, everyone should heed is, if you're enjoying it, keep playing. If you're not, stop. Take a break. That is all there is to it. Help report the issues, highlight the issues and the bugs, play it when it's good, if you're not wanting to just bug fix and help with that, which is absolutely fine, and then just avoid it when it's in a shitstorm. To me, it's very simple, Raga, how you doing? Yes, at the end of the day, it is testament to how the game is with how passionate people get. Because what makes it even harder when things break is the fact that we were having, you might have been having a really good time and really enjoying it, getting really absorbed into the immersion of it, and then something breaks and it's like, wow, that is very irritating. And that is completely understandable. Ruben, how you doing? Nerf, welcome. But don't come on my stream and start flipping whining. I don't mind, complaints, problems. Well, we all have them, but the constant, people that are just complain about the same thing. My Jesus, go somewhere else. Don't want to hear it. But what about free speech? Interitus, how you doing? Ian, welcome. Yeah, it is, at the end of the day, I have a lot of fun in Star Citizen. More fun than I've had in any other game ever. Yo, Burks. And I've had that experience from the moment we started having anything we could play. When we first got, I suppose, what was it, Arena Commander or whatever, I can't even remember, it's, been so long ago. Nothing comes close. And it's a shame that, from time to time things are completely unplayable or people can't even get into their accounts. Of course, that's not good. And CIG are aware of that. They know that's not good. It's not like they're like, haha, keep buying our ships anyway, as people seem to think. It's a work in progress. And they are progressing. It's, there's no two ways about it. Pseudo, how you doing? 07. John, welcome. Yeah, 4.0, like back in the day when we were playing with 20 frames and one space station as well, that was like, oh, this is so cool, let's all meet up. Looking back, it was terrible, but it was cool. Yes, they're supposed to fix the Ironclad with today. I really hope they have. Or not maybe all the issues, because there's a lot, but there's a lot that they've listed, but the main ones will hopefully be fixed. Singer, how you doing? Yeah, data running, I hope, is not too far away. Hacking isn't too far away, so I can't imagine data running is too far either. $312. Flipping heck. I think the game, in terms of content, what to do is really fun right now, and I'd love to just play the game a lot, but I don't have the patience for the bugs. No, that is one of the no, I get that. That's exactly how I feel. I am craving playing right now because of how much fun I'm having with my org, with just the game in general. But there is still a lot of big issues that get in the way, and it's frustrating because you just want to play and enjoy it, and it kind of gets annoying and you quit. But I've learned to just step away, go do something else, and then come back. Yo, Crypto, how you doing? They got banned for reporting an exploit. I think a lot of people. Yeah, I haven't seen the post, And obviously, not knowing exactly what that person said and what CIG have said and how it, transpired, it's all hearsay. I'm sure people getting banned will claim all sorts of stuff. Not to say that he's in the wrong, I don't know. But people, when they are caught doing something, they often be like, oh, I was just reporting it. So, I don't know. If it was a genuine incident, they will likely get unbanned. But I don't know, because I didn't know what was said. I don't know what's been done. What's that, Cosmo? Will you be able to fly your Tiburon still? Tiburon, sorry. Of course. Exactly, Apoc, yeah. You know how it goes. Couldn't leave the hangars. Yeah, we were spoiled. We are spoiled these days. If people knew what we were actually playing, I suppose before 4.0, before 3.0, before, whatever, we are spoiled now. Yo, IB Catch, how you doing? Would prefer for them to delay ship releases until... Yes, 100%. 100%. Not just the Ironclad. The Moth, the Wolf. My biggest gripe right now is just... give the ships more testing, please, before releasing it. It's like, what, 2-3 weeks since the Ironclad has launched and it's only just getting these fixes in? It's just... put it on the PTU for us. That's what we're here for, Yeah, trust the people with the logs. See, that's the thing. CIG have all this data and these tools that allow them to literally see everyone's accounts and what they're doing and where they were and how they're doing it and how often they're doing it. You can't lie. Big Brother is watching. There's always a story, yep. And of course, they're not going to go on Reddit and be like, I was banned for using exploits over and over again. This is terrible. I'm. There's nothing to talk about there. You should play some of your very early YouTube. But yeah, we might do that, actually. I remember the first one. It was just a tour of the hangar, I think, with the little helmet flip. And I remember that, because I remember every other video prior to that was with my brother. Sat in my hangar, sat in my Aurora LX, just looking around, well, not with head tracking, laying in the bed, imagining being out in the black before we had anything to go. We just had the hangar, There was nothing to do. That's it, Apoc. We've seen it all. We've seen all the comments. It's just, can't do it. Rowdy, how you doing? Rusty Pigeon, how you doing? Stills, welcome. Irish, welcome. Sorry, I missed your first comment. What is it? If I get a Steam machine and up the RAM to 32 gig, double, or do you think it will be enough to run StarCitizen reasonably with FPS no hitching? I don't know. Does anybody else know? The trouble is StarCitizen is a game that requires not a supercomputer anymore, but it still requires certain components to be, better than others. I think it'll slowly start getting spread out now. With Genesis and whatnot, they're trying to offload a lot of stuff to the GPU rather than it all being CPU based. I mean, it's not all CPU based now, but it is still, CPU is still king with StarCitizen. And I mean, it will probably always be CPU is king, but it's starting to spread a bit more. Unsounded, how you doing? The Ironclad market is postponed. What do you mean, the Ironclad market? You've come to terms with the fact that we're paying to play test. Well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily we're paying to play test. We're paying to, a reduced cost. Like when the game releases, we're early backers. Whether you play or not is irrelevant. You pledge whatever, a cheaper price to be an early backer. And as part of that, you get access to the alpha. If you want to play, yes. You are, as a player, if you are playing, you are data. You are potentially bug reporters. You don't have to report bugs, but you are always providing data to them that is beneficial. So it's up to you whether you play. But when it goes to 1.0, the base price will go up to a normal standard price of a game. That's really the benefit of being an early backer, not to mention just, for me, it's like following along with the whole development, seeing how a game is developed and whatnot. White and nerdy, no, they should never just stop. The problem with pausing on content is, what are those teams supposed to do? Sit on their hands while just the people who fix bugs? That would be a very bad business decision when you've got all these people to pay. What they need to do is what they're doing. Continually build in all areas. And continue fixing. They're doing both, right? They're not like just pushing out content and being like, forget fixing it. They're doing both. Wonko, happy batch day, mate. How you doing? Yeah, a big benefit of playing right now is that when 1.0 drops, you're not like, holy crap, what is all this? Where do I start? You already have knowledge of the game, what to do, where to go, how to play it. You've made friends, potentially. How does the concept of larger ship races fly for people? Oh, well, if you've seen one of my latest videos, you will see APOC flying a Perseus around, oh, what's it called? One of the racetracks on Daymar, or the racetrack on Daymar. And it was doing a really good job of it. There are already races, community-run races, using large ships. Gunther, how you doing? And there will be, official leagues and things, but also community leagues. Quantum travel is getting a big change. They're going to introduce quantum boosting as one thing where we can travel up to like 30 kilometers at not 0.2 the speed of light, not, full quantum speed, but you will accelerate up to whatever speed you can get to as you advance to the speed of light, the 0.2 the speed of light, for 30 kilometers. You'll just never reach that speed, but it's like quantum boost. And quantum travel in itself is definitely going to get big updates. I think they reduced the speed, the sort of time in quantum a while back because people were complaining that it was taking too long. As time goes on, they will likely reduce it more than speed it up. We just need more to do on board our ships. It's part and parcel of making the world feel big, and requiring bigger ships that are quicker in quantum to take, like the Liberator, to take smaller ships rather than, doing long jumps. I think a lot of it is more about just providing content in a more localized area than people feeling the need or the, having to jump long distances to get gameplay. Yo, Kurik, how you doing? A very new player to Star Citizen! Exclamation cult. Welcome to the cult. Believe it to be a fantastic game. In difference to most games, Star Citizen is not linear sequential game story. Instead, we can take almost infinite routes to play, which is great, immersive, and captivating. Yeah, there is nothing like Star Citizen in my experience. Sagan, welcome. It is a very different game to anything else, and in a way you really need to play it differently to anything else. You can't go into it playing it like a traditional game. They have traditional tropes that a lot of people tend to do, especially the min-max side of things. But really, my approach to Star Citizen is kind of, back in the day when Chris first put it out there, was like, I'm playing Star Citizen today more with the mind of what it's going to be when it's finished, rather than what we have today, because that's what I want, and I can kind of role-play myself through that as a, taking my time over things, just living in the verse, looking around, not really zooming from place to place. But yeah, it's open-ended. You get to do and be essentially who you want to be. It's like you watch Gene, one of our org members, not Gene, just Gene. So good, we named him twice. A content creator called, is it Herbist or something along those lines, did a kind of a, he asked him to be a part of his video because he saw on Instagram he had this really cool cape and he wanted to show it off in his video. And it was such a cool video that it kind of shows how characters, Gene the Dancing Machine, how player characters make the universe this sort of depth location where you can kind of escape to. And, you know, seeing how he was walking around, he had his shiv as well, all decked out and stuff. It was really cool because it brings character to the verse. And these people that you bump into that connect via these random incidents. Like the amount of times I've bumped into people and had these random occurrences. Nothing comes close to Star Citizen. It's just a bit of a problem right now. Yo, this is Kieros, GT7 before Squadron. I mean, if Chris hears about GT7, he may hold off releasing it again. Let's not tell him. Yeah, it was a cool video. Yeah, social tools VoIP, getting that working will really enhance Star Citizen's day-to-day. It just makes it hard when you can't speak to each other because then it's very touch and go all the time. Yo, prisoner, how you doing? Yeah, the state of any patch, to me, is either I play it a lot, or I play it a little, or I play something else specific. You know, like in Star Citizen, if there's certain things that are broken, like the Ironclad, I technically just won't use it until I felt like super stubborn. If hauling is broken, freight elevators, I won't do hauling. I'll do something else. It's just kind of I go to what works and avoid what doesn't. Yo, Slitline. One more question, Irish. People might have information for me. Is Steam OS less susceptible to viruses and cyber threats than Windows? I have no idea, but someone else might be able to answer that. AKJ, how you doing? I want to see gambling, ground convoy missions, monster hunting, more civilian missions like I lost my dog. Yeah, to all of that. I mean, gambling... So, if you go to Grim Hex, there is a section... sort of towards the back of Grim Hex, once you know, like where the shop is, further back there's like this big purple illuminated area. That is supposed to be a gambling hall where players could go and place bets on racers who are flying around. And like a lot of stuff in Star Citizen, it never materialized. Priorities shifted and so forth. So we will have the ability to place bets using credits on you know, races and things. So gambling will be a thing. Ground convoy missions would be certainly cool. The difficulty is encouraging people to use ground vehicles out, you know, versus ships. And I think, you know, they've said in the past, the main focus for pushing people to do that is like weather events. I suppose being undetected radars, anti-air and so forth. But I would love to see that kind of stuff a lot more as well. What were the other bits? Hang on. Monster hunting... This year, I'm hoping for 4.9, but it's probably more likely going to be 4.10 or even later. But the Apex Valakar will not just be a boss fight at the end of, you know, one of the sort of missions or the Ormandy. The Apex Valakar is starting to become capable of roaming worlds like Monox, Hurston maybe, Daymar, and they will be out there for players to find. If you're making enough noise, just like Dune, if you're making enough noise, it'll pop up and find you. Amongst other things. Something that Genesis planets will bring as well. There's a bit of that on the monthly report, which is really exciting. Part of the tech of Genesis, being the new planet tech, is the AI management system that handles the whole ecosystem and all creatures and where you find them and them being naturally around, rather than just, here's a clump of Copian, here's a clump of quasi-grazers. You know, it's more logical to it, and having their day-night cycles, the full ecosystem working. But yeah, civilian missions like I Lost My Dog. I've been wanting for a long while at places like Astor's Clearing to go there and have a member, you know, one of the NPCs there just saying, could you get me, I'm making soup, could you get me some heart of the wood mushrooms? And go off and bring it to them. I would love for simple day-to-day, you know, low-end missions that will do that. I don't know when we're getting it, but there's a lot of work going on with the mission system. So I don't think we're too far away, and they would want that kind of stuff for 1.0, but I guess it depends on how long it takes. Yo, Hash, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. With Genesis, there is literally Limited space to land. Good use of ground vehicle. Yeah, that's true. When you look at Genesis and you see those dense forests, they could put a mission where you have to go and investigate a wreck or a cave in the middle of this dense forest, and the only way to really get there is to land on the outskirts and drive in or walk in this forest, or maybe have a friend drop you in from the top, but then getting back up again you'll have to walk to the edge of the forest. And there could be creatures in there could be all sorts of stuff living in that forest. So yeah, there's another reason why ground vehicles will be absolutely necessary. Alpha Negus, how you doing? I would hope to think we would see the Ranger before the Odin. They kind of, well, officially stated during a Bar Citizen that the Odin is likely going to be 5 years. So, yeah, I would like to think so. Null, how you doing? Give Grimhex racing and gambling, absolutely. Yes, we're still getting the storm walls. I don't know when or why we haven't seen them yet, but it could be that they're not putting this stuff in. I'm expecting, and this is just my opinion, I'm expecting when Genesis does come, we will start to see an influx of different creatures, because I believe they're probably waiting for their AI management system to be a part of Star Citizen before they start rolling out more and more creatures. Otherwise, I'd have to sort of go back and hook them into the system when that comes along, which would create more work. I could be wrong, though. That's just my theory on it. Yo, Hawk, call me crazy. Crazy. You're crazy. But I really didn't feel like... I didn't. 4.8, full stop, was not as bad as 3.18. There's no two ways about it. But for me, 4.8 was actually pretty good. Mostly because I was doing stuff that wasn't impacted by the issues of 4.8. But obviously for some people, it was terrible. They were shard locked. So for a few individuals, it would feel like a 3.18. But then for 3.18, people were stuck not being able to play for months. So it is certainly not. People throw 3.18 out there as just a way of, catastrophizing things. But it's definitely not anything like that. Yeah, here's 50,000 credits for all these mushrooms. It's like, whoa. Just call it, 200. Let's go with that. Yeah, 4.8 doesn't even rate on the worst, top 10 worst. Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, individuals will differ depending on how much issues they saw, but for me, it was absolutely nowhere near. Trino, how you doing? I mean, yeah, I'm glad they're not cheating the physics for the Ranger. But all ground vehicles need a whole redo. Didn't they say they were having a discussion like a few weeks back about the plan for ground vehicles for 1.0 and getting them set for 1.0. So they're definitely going to be a 1.0 thing, but I don't know what that plan is because they haven't revealed it yet. Yes, Kajing, there's a lot of fixes coming in today. Hopefully we'll be able to tell, and a lot of them will be, a lot of it will be working again. Don, how you doing? You gave up on the game in 2016, come back 9 years later, and now on the verge of giving it another 9 to 10 years. It's a unique game, but CIG is very frustrating. Well, you do right, to be fair. If you're having a hard time, take the breaks. Keep taking the breaks. That is the right approach. It isn't going to, miraculously fix the game. It's just going to stress you out. Albert, how you doing? Oh, we'll definitely get plenty more creatures to hunt. If you go back to the... hang on, let me show you. The creatures that we are going to see for 1.0 are... This is a longer pause than I was hoping. Hang tight. All these... Oh, hang on. We're not there yet. So all of these, which are not all, like, complete individual creatures. A lot of them are variants of each other. But as you can see, we have the classic sort of sandworms. We've got other worms. You've got the Yormandi somewhere as well. There's the sandworm. We've got that. We have the quasi-grazers. We have the Marocs. We've got different variants of the sandworms. like cave worms where they have no eyes. You've got these weird-looking, horrific-looking creatures here. Can you see that? Yeah, there. They look quite horrific. We have little rat things, floating omni crabs, the whip crab we haven't seen yet. We've got things like these, which are probably going to be castras, the biggest creature we will likely see for a long while, if not forever. Bear-like Yeti, you know, Microtech Yeti stuff. This is their plan. All these concepts you see here are 1.0 creatures. All these will be in 1.0. And then they will continue to build beyond that as well, or add to. So there'll be plenty of things to hunt us, to harvest, to have pets. Pets are things. We will have pets one day. Oh yeah, we already have big sandworms. Big sandworms are in. We just don't have them dynamically in the environment that we can kind of, you know, pester and come after us. But that's not too far off. They want to bring that in. It looks like they're bringing that in soon. We will be reading through the monthly report soon, and they talk about the Valakar. That's the sandworm. They'll, you know, that is something we'll speak about today. We need a lot of critters. We need critters that are small and scary, that find their way onto your ship without you realizing, and then tinker with things until you go down into the engineering bay and you see them creeping around. Something like from the Burrows, if anyone started watching that, would be very cool. I'm thinking the closest thing to that would be these ones up here. That and this. Like, look at that. I don't know if you can see it too well, but look at them with the big, long, elongated arms. They are creepy as hell. We need bugs. Gremlins, say again. Yeah, the gremlins, we've had those in Star Citizen for a while, haven't we? They just show up as bugs, making us crash our ships. Metal-eating termites. Now there's a theory, especially with Maelstrom. You could have them chipping away, causing a hull breach, and then having to go investigate and eating into your suit. Like, Gonji, how you doing? Deep space horrors, yes. We also need cave creatures that are scary and freaky and send you running. Willy the Silly, top of the morning to you. Zolrage, yeah, essentially xenomorphs. And the good thing is, as much as a lot of people are like, CIG have just copied that game or that film or this, it's like, damn right they have. Because there are some really cool creatures and inspiration out there that, you know, we certainly... It's better to have it in Star Citizen than not have it at all. So I like it. Bobby, how you doing? Yeah, we have plenty of gremlins already. Vince, other than the Ironclad, what is being fixed? I actually don't know offhand. Docking is one thing. Have we seen anything about... Oh, hang on. I do know. Bear with me. So, they don't specify exactly what bugs are being fixed, but... Where is it? I had it a second ago. I did just read it out and I can't remember where it was. I think I've got the same script here. Ah, is this it? Oh no. I will find it, don't worry. It just takes me a while. So, fixes relating to contracts, the star map, ships, services, and more. And the Ironclad, of course, which is, I suppose, under ships. That's kind of, you know, the issues that they are aware of and working on. Whether any of those come today, I don't know. Yeah, I mentioned the Ironclad, but it was the question was aside from the Ironclad, so it's kind of like what else? But again, they didn't specify exactly what bugs are being fixed. We will get a report afterwards. They will let us know after maintenance is up, I would assume, telling us what's been tackled, so that we can be like, No, you aren't. I need a wee. And then we'll get on with 4.9, firstly, talking about that. And then we'll get to the monthly report. Because there's some good stuff to run through. And I've actually managed to write it up properly already.
Can't you see he's the man? Let me hear you applaud. He's more than a man. He's a shiny golden god.
Oh, there we go. Gonji, thank you so much for the 29-month resub. Beers and Paddy. Scotian Knight, welcome. Let's hope one of them is putting boxes back and having things in them. I may have some ship parts lying around. What's happened there? Is that, what's that issue? Floating ships, Burks. I am looking forward to when we get the new flight model for aerodynamic flight model, and we don't have ships just pointing down. You walk out of an outpost and there's an Idris that's looking at you. It's like, that should not be physically possible. It'd be nice when that comes in and doesn't happen. Yo, ships! This game is still poking my interest, but I heard it has so many bugs, it's keeping me from buying it. My advice to you, my friend, is wait for a free fly. Create an account. You don't have to buy anything. Just create an account and then take part in the free fly, which is unfortunately notoriously bad at times for performance, so it's not really the best example of what Star Citizen is like. But see if it's in a place where you can enjoy it, because there are a lot of bugs. The sort of main hitters tend to get fixed the quickest, even though that can take some time still. But it's worth, like, in my opinion, you are missing out on an experience that is like nothing else out there. But based on each individual person's, patience level, and want to, work around issues and so forth, which is, no judgment. Everyone is different, and that's absolutely fine. It will determine whether it's right for you to play right now or not, rather than, I can't say you should definitely play, because if you aren't used to, say, early access games and so forth, it's going to be frustrating. Of course it is, even if you are used to early access games, but nothing comes close. So, these people running around shouting it's a scam, I feel so sorry for them. So sorry. Because not only are they wasting their time with all that nonsense, but they're missing out. They are so missing out on just insane experiences that you do not get anywhere else. Yo, Jay. Part and parcel of being a backer, or playing the game right now, playing Star Citizen right now, is just knowing the bugs and working around them. G-Sharp, thank you, my friend, for the 34 months. That is, how, Limitless, welcome. That's how you become a citizen. It's not pledging, it's not crashing your first ship, it's learning the bugs and how to not notice them and get around them. Because there's so many things that I do now that you know, like workarounds that I forget that's a bug. An obnoxious fat space cat. Yeah, we all need one of those, don't we, I think? I think if you like Elite and you like No Man's Sky, you will absolutely adore Star Citizen. One downside is, when you play it, there's a likelihood that you're not really going to want to play anything else. Might be exaggerating, but that's how it is for me. I struggle to play anything else now. I played Starfield and was like, it just doesn't hit the same, and I'm bored instantly, and I had to get out. It's Rice, welcome. Don't even try, Rice. If eventually your friends will feel FOMO when, you know, the game is out there and everyone's playing it, people will naturally come to Star Citizen without having to persuade them. It's like they will see the situations and the scenarios that we get into and be like, wait, okay, I'll try it. And then they'll jump in and everything will go wrong. Especially if you're the one showing them around. That's what tends to happen. Thank you for the follow, Jay. Right, let's have a look at what 4.9 is bringing. I mean, the first thing that we know is the biggest deal, really, is instancing. There's so much to it. It's not just Pandora's box in a good way of content potential. It is also a step towards quasi-dynamic meshing, and then finally dynamic. It's kind of a side effect, isn't it, of dynamic meshing is instancing. It allows them to do that, which is a big benefit of working towards dynamic meshing and getting to the point of it being fully dynamic. Yeah, Star Citizen will ruin potentially a lot of games for you. Yo, penguins! Well, right now, you can't play at all, because there's a maintenance going on. Before the maintenance, not too bad for me, but a lot of people are having a lot of issues. After the maintenance, hopefully, a lot better. Yo, Tiberius, yeah, the game is amazing. It's frustrating, it's beautiful, it's intensely intricate, it's realistic, and it's frustrating. You watch my videos in the gym. Nice, on the Stairmaster. You're welcome. I remember sometimes if I'm on the treadmill and I'm watching a video of like movement, it throws me and I'm like, whoa, I need to watch static videos when I'm on the treadmill. You got a friend that's trying to get into Star Citizen, but he won't listen to me about skipping the tutorial. Yeah, just AT exactly. Don't worry about the tutorial. And yeah, if you are new to Star Citizen, skip the tutorial. Honestly, it's probably doing more harm than good. So many things about it are broken, and this is why CIGs just need to stop with tutorials right now and just allow the community to do it. Or, you know, the what do you call it? The what's that festival? And the part of the website where people can go who are new to get guides. Yeah, it doesn't work. It's a bit like the last time they did tutorials or a series of tutorial videos. They put it out right as a new patch was coming in, which completely outdated the tutorials that they literally just released the day before. It's just... I guess there's a lot of, like, they're working on it, they're trying to make it out, and then things get delayed. You know, they have to shift whoever's working on it to something else, and then by the time they get it out, it's like, well, what's the point? Yes, how you doing? It's bug fixes. So they're disabling the missions that came in with 481 on Wednesday, because they're broken. But they're bringing in maintenance and fixing a lot of bugs, which should be done in a few hours from now. Yo, Tiki Snot, how you doing? Yeah, everything's just boring in compared to Star Citizen, personally. I mean, I play Gran Turismo a bit, and I play FIFA, but that's about it. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxies is a game that gets very much mentioned about Star Citizen. Definitely not COD. We don't want it. Battlefield is more where Star Citizen is than COD. Indigo, how you doing? Worth the 8-hour wait while you at work. You expect a video game to be perfect or close to... But we all expect a video game to be perfect or close to, but forget how imperfect life is. I mean, at the end of the day, I would obviously want games to be as bug-free as possible. Of course. And certain companies put out games and then expect the community to fix them. Other games do quite well with putting out games. Other companies put out games that are actually quite bug-free. But I don't think there's a single game that's gone out that hasn't had bugs. Now, when Star Citizen 1.0 goes out, there will likely be bugs, especially considering they're still building the game and putting out more content and stuff. But hopefully, with the amount of us that are playing and providing data and reporting, the number of bugs will be drastically reduced than what it would have been if we weren't playing the alpha, right? Yo, Zed? Yeah, I know. But rather they disable it than us trying to play it and it's broken, and then they fix it and put it out, you know, a day or two later. I would rather that than just keeping it there. So, yeah, I'm not expecting Star Citizen 1.0 to release without bugs. It will, but I'm hoping that with all the tools and the tech and the stuff that they have created, bespoke for Star Citizen, you know, bespoke for their engine, will help with reducing that kind of stuff. And minor bugs here and there that don't impact your progression or deaths or resets need to be gone, because they are very detrimental in that sense. So hopefully by the time we get to 1.0 as a released version, because we will be playing 1.0 way before they sort of release it as a, you know, here's the first not finished, but releasable product. Hopefully by that point we will help quash those bugs quickly. Sleepy, how you doing? You now have exactly 2 things I'm looking forward to in Star Citizen. First one is suit lockers. Come on. 4.9. Maybe 4.10. More likely 4.10. Second is the armored suit. And the John Wick style. I know you lot in Discord were chatting about that. Running different things in that armored suit. Well, yeah, PlanetSide 1 and 2 are definitely good references for what Star Citizen's FPS is sort of like, Cthim, absolutely. It just feels less cartoony and whatnot than PlanetSide, and more realistic, more like Battlefield. It's not that Battlefield's realistic, but you know what I mean. Yo, Diablo? Well, we don't know that, do we? You're assuming based on the previous duration it's taken to get to where we are today, but I'm pretty sure my grandchildren will likely be playing Star Citizen, not because it takes so long for it to come along, but because the game will have potentially no end. Yo, Phantom. Anyway, so yeah, instancing is the first thing to come to 4.9. The only thing we're going to see of instancing is Siege of Orison, which is coming back, which, if you've played the original, was a great FPS sort of team. It can be solo or teamed. It was a lot of fun. It was buggy. It was really bad performance. The actual people you were supposed to hunt barely spawned, but it was a lot of fun at the same time. So with it being now instanced, it should be working, and also performance should be high. Server performance, because it's its own instance. FPS, client performance. So the AI should be a lot better, a lot harder. And they say that they're bringing in, so it says, where does it say? Did I not write that bit? I'm so confused with my own flipping scripts. Let me just check the official version of it. Because it says they're adding to it with how the game is now versus how it was back then, which I assume means things like, maybe engineering tasks, that kind of stuff. So, introducing instanced FPS gameplay where players assault the Nine Tails control platforms in quarter, blah, 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 blah. Or maybe it was on the monthly report that they mentioned that. We'll get to that in a second. Strike, how you doing? I just wish the ships will behave more like bases in Rust. They will one day. Yeah, I mean, that's where they're aiming to get to. And really, the sort of insurance is part of that. There's a lot of work they're doing to make it so that what you you know, firstly, there's like the weapon racks and things in the cupboards. I think there's work going on right now. We'll just quickly... What can I search for this? Probably insurance. I'm not sure where. Maybe it's the online tech. But they're doing work to things on the cargo grid, to have things on the cargo grid, I suppose, persist and be part of that. And then it will be things like weapon racks and things in your cupboard. And then eventually, maybe once base building is here, hopefully before, we will have something called AR mode inside our ships, where you can essentially unlock the inside of your ship, much like you do with your ports, and place a lamp, or place a picture, or, you know, a statue, or whatever. All this random stuff we have. Place it, and then lock it, so that it can't be taken and it won't go flapping around. Because right now, if you try and put anything, even in your hangar, you place it, it'll just go way. So yeah, they're working towards this AR mode where you will be able to do that. And then that will allow us to essentially live in our ships. Like, you can right now live in your ship. It can be hit or miss at times with bugs and issues with, you know, spawning back in, which happen, but they're a lot rarer than they used to be. But that's what I do with my off-grid stuff. I live in my ship, wherever I land, or in space. So there is already that essence, but you can't really decorate your ship very well without things going haywire. And yeah, Alien Week 17th. Random question. Do you know when the Org's anniversary? Oh, flipping heck. I don't. When did I create the Org? I mean, it was a long time ago. It was Tactical Advance that persuaded me to do it, in fact. Can we see how old the Org is? Is there any way to see when it happened, when it was created? It wasn't when we first got Orgs. Age, 3,168 days. Hey Siri, how many years is Hey Siri. How many years is 3,168 days? 8.6 years. So 8.5 years ago the Org was created. The early hangers. Should we put that one on? Oh man. Let's turn the sound off and you'll just sort of have a look. So here we are. This is my first Star Citizen video from 11 years ago. What's the date on this? Does it tell me the date anywhere? Ah, July 25th, 2014. This is all we had back in 2014. This is it. This was it. This was the only thing we had available. With my Aurora and my fish tank. Beautiful. Yo, Solara, how you doing? Yeah. You're living out of your ship right now, Sleepy. You can do it. Thank you for this, Fanster. Yeah, there's also an issue right now with life support since I brought in engineering where it can be quite difficult with living in your ship more realistically with, you know, helmets and things because it can be a bit of a problem. Org anniversary parties. We certainly should, yeah. What's the scope that has the built-in rangefinder? There's a few scopes that have rangefinders. I can't think of the names offhand, but someone will, I'm sure. Akash, how you doing? You've been here a year, David. That's like you're part of the furniture already. Should have seen what it was like when Port Olisar wasn't there. I mean, Port Olisar was nice and all. It was just very convenient. It's like... Oh, look at that for the helmet put on. Bush, how you doing? Thank you for the 3-month resub. Are you well? No, 3-bid. This is just the old video, yeah, from 2014. Been living out of your TAC for about a week. Complete with Pitbull, Cyclone, Atlas... Yeah, you can live in your ships now. It's not without its, you know, trials and whatnot, but certainly beats living in your hangars. So this is how you got into Arena Commander as well. So yeah, Siege of Orison being the first instance tech is going to be nice to play that again. It'll be interesting to see how it's advanced from what it was, what else is new and updated. I mean, look at that UI. You had literally every thruster input. It's come a long way. And then beyond that, maybe unlikely the next piece of instance content is I don't know what that's in relation to. I was probably wrong though. It is going to be the Nyx Underbelly works. What's that called? Oh, what do they call it now? It was supposed to be at ArtCorp. They've moved it to Nyx for the first drop. We may see other instance stuff come. Municipal works, thank you, yeah. The toilet mission, yeah. That will likely be the next one coming this year. But then beyond that, there's a ton of things they can do with instancing. And it doesn't have to be combat. It doesn't have to be, you know, it can be completely PvE. It can be a mixture of PvE and PvP. It can be even just a PvP location. It can be a social location. It can be an industrial location where you're not going to bump into people at all. Piss poor Pete. How you doing, sir? Nice to see you. So there's no end to what they can do. And it's not going to water down or take away from the persistent universe, because there'll still be a lot of people out in the universe doing stuff as groups, as solo. It just provides additional content that are more tailored, where you can be like, you know, I've had enough of hauling, I'm going to go in and do this mission. And it won't feel like you're going into, you know, or stepping out of the universe. It'll just be like you're going through a door in this location, and then you are in instanced content that, you know, only you could be in, or only your friends could be in, and you can get to work. And like they said at the ArtCorp location for this sort of municipal works thing, it's kind of like you go through levels, and as you progress, you unlock stuff. Look at that. For some reason, I'd accidentally typed into chat directions. As you progress, you might be like, right, I've had enough, or I'm done for the day. You can kind of take an elevator out, and then when you come back in again, you're not starting from scratch. You're picking up from where you left off. You can still play back the old sort of mission that you had, or you can continue on and keep going. So you could, like, day to day, you could kind of role play as, I don't know, a municipal engineer going in and fixing these things and not do anything else and just keep doing that. It's entirely up to you. Bobby G, how you doing? You live on an island just beyond Maker's Point. Maker's Point's a nice place. Some good shopping there. Yeah, one day we'll be able to make food. Kitchens we will eventually be able to stock. But also you will have crafting or fabricators for crafting food as well, which you can then, I suppose, place into your kitchens to eat. Anglo, how you doing? How confident are we that this maintenance and patch is going to get us back on track? Depends on what the issues are that were causing problems for everyone, but I'm hopeful that the majority of the issues will be, at least, you know, with the Ironclad, hopefully back to working as it should have been. The other stuff, it depends on what the issues are, you know. There's a lot of problems, so it depends. Yo, Shub, how you doing? I feel like that are already experimenting with it in bunkers. No, they're not. We don't have... The only instance content we have in Star Citizen right now are hangars. That is it. They haven't used it for anything else yet. Yeah, I mean, by the time the Odin does come out, where are we going to be? We'll probably be post 1.0. I would absolutely expect to be past 1.0. The Ironclad, not just as a fob, would be great for, like, missions and so forth, for salvaging ops, or mining ops, as you say, but just for living off grid. That would be a great ship for, you know, bringing a ground vehicle and a ship. We win. Capture the core. Flipping heck, that's... When was this one? 2014 again. So this was an Arena Commander game mode. Capture the core. 1080p is the best we're going to get here. Yo, the Gunther. Not the Gunther. Deacon 07. Bottle of water for me. Van in, welcome. Hang on a minute, you've been here all this time, Deacon. Weren't you at the start? Yeah, fabricators for all sorts of stuff. So, other 4.9 stuff. We've got instancing, we've got Siege of Orison being instanced. Then we have the super heavy combat armor, which, you know, it's kind of like that Juggernaut role. Deplorable, thank you for the 17 months, my friend. How are you doing today, by the way? Let's get some beers and patty out there. Yeah, the super heavy armor. Sorry, D, I'm losing my mind, mate. It's, as they say, an entirely new armor class. So, as it goes right now, you know, you've got clothing, undersuits. We will soon have clothing armors. Then you've got light armor, medium armor, heavy armor. You know, ignoring the industrial armors, which eventually will have their own sort of damage mitigating potential with other trade-offs. But talking of combat stuff, and then you have, you know, from heavy, we're going to super heavy. And then you've got more like your Wicklow mechs. And then beyond that, you've got like Titan suits, or maybe they kind of class similar areas. But this is like a Juggernaut style where you can take a lot of damage, absorb a lot of damage, or you're protected from it. And you're likely going to be very slow. Your visibility is likely going to be very impaired due to your helmet. But you would probably have quite a lot of information with your UI, and you will have the structure, as you can see on the actual... hang on a minute, let me just show you the actual image of it. The quickest way to do it is probably like this. Here it is. So, as you can see, it's heavily structured. You've got all this sort of blast protection here, all armored. Your helmet is shielded, you know, it's completely enclosed. With a visor that actually looks like it's intended to lift up eventually. Hopefully that's for when it releases in 4.9, but we don't know. And then on the rear side is where you can kind of see, I mean, you've got this backpack that holds ammunition, 4 ammo mags, which is going to be very cool. And hopefully players can swap these in and out, or maybe part of taking one of these down is sneaking around and taking them out, but I don't know. And here you can see it has these, oh, hang on. It has these kind of reinforced articulating structures, which is what allows you to carry the weapon. Which the first weapon we're seeing is this from Apocalypse Arms. The Vendetta, which is a Gatling gun. Yeah, you won't be able to medpen either in that armor. You're going to have to maybe take something off and get healed that way. And yeah, this is the first of, I'm sure, a whole flurry of different super heavy armors and super heavy weapons that will come down the line. This weapon, it says, will deliver a sustained high rate of fire from a large rotating barrel and allow you to carry 4 additional magazines, so you can probably just keep swapping them out and keep going. Great for a battlefield, but very vulnerable in a way to just being a sitting duck. So getting your big weapons on him, maybe heavy-hitting snipers, grenade launchers, missile launchers, sitting on him with your ship would probably work. Stacks, how you doing? Yes, yeah, I believe, as they sort of pointed out, I can't remember when it was. They're normal, how you doing? They mentioned that you won't be able to hit yourself with a med pen. So you're going to be like wanting to retreat before you go down, whatever the thing is there. Using the word soon with Star Citizen is like the wife. She'll be finished getting ready in 5 minutes. To be fair, it's me that's the one that takes the age. But yeah, soon, TM. Yo, year 0, how you doing? Yeah, this thing looks badass. How is the Asgard? I believe it is pretty good right now. It's quite a very useful, decent ship, isn't it? A lot of people use it for various things. It's one of the more, you know, go-to ships for various free gameplay styles. Yo, Soulfrost. The movie wasn't crap. I mean, I've not read the book. I'm sure the book's better, but the movie of Starship Troopers was great. But yeah, powered armor is something we are going to get. We are going to get Titan suits And other suits, I'm sure, as time goes on. Yeah, boom tube might work. But that's the weapon. And again, we'll see more weapons from them. We'll see more options. Do you think we'll finally be able to insure our ships with suit lockers and weapon racks? Do you mean in 4.9? I think there's a potential. Again, we'll go through the monthly report, and there's something mentioned in there about cargo grids or mag lock. That's what I could search for right now. Hang on. So it says they kicked off planning kicked off for the maglock system, which is part of the item recovery feature. Now, I think this is referring to either or both the cargo bays, so, you know, maglock with the cargo bay sort of locking it in place, but it could also refer to this AR system where we're going to be able to decorate our ships and have things placed. And what that will mean in terms of the item recovery is claiming back those items on insurance. So it's, you know, you lose your ship, you've insured your components, you insure your cargo that you had, and you insure any personal effects that you had on board. So I don't know when this is going to happen. The fact that they're just planning or kicking off the planning for it is likely not going to be 4.9, maybe not even 4.10. It really depends on how much work is required to get it working. But it is intended. So, yeah, we definitely need that. That's when we can truly live off-grid. Deacon, thank you for gifting Piss Poor Pete a sub-gift, my friend. Beers and party players. An exclamation gift. Much appreciated, mate. While I was raised in the UK, Starship Troopers is a phenomenal film. Broccoli, how you doing? Recoach Roughnecks. How you doing, Brock? You read the original when you were a kid. Changed my world view. The movie ignores the actual message. Ah, so they just made it into a sort of high-hitting film, did they? Maglock is the system where you can place cosmetic items down and it locks it in place like Gary's mod. And it removes the physics so they don't wobble. Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, mate. So, yeah, they showed this off in... Let me find it. It was... Crafting Your Home, I believe. So it's essentially the same thing that we're going to have in base building, which is this AR decorator mode, where whatever you have that you want to place, it could be a floor lamp, it could be a Pico, it could be anything. You will essentially be able to place it, and it'll show you, you know, you'll have the options to move it around and sort of find where you want it as a hologram. And then you will, and it directly links to your inventory, so you can just sort of place it from your inventory, and then, yeah, mag locking, thank you, Pete. And then you lock it in place, and you can do this in first person, maybe third person, but it's not specifying here, so maybe not. And that's how you will decorate your homes and decorate your ships. So the fact, I mean, that's really exciting, to be fair, because I suspect the ability to ensure your weapons on your weapon racks and your things in your cupboards, prison, thank you, sir, that would come first before we get this AR maglock system. And cargo, you know, it wouldn't make sense that this would come before that. So the fact that they are kicking off planning for this is pretty exciting, because it means, as much as it's not coming tomorrow or necessarily any day soon, yes, Verum, this is for ships as well. As much as it's not coming any day soon, it's being worked on, right? And that's important for getting us to being able to actually put all those things. I mean, I've got pages and pages of things from, you know, years ago. Oh. So, you know, what we got here. An AMX repair bot, that doesn't really count. Fish tank. Screen check. Oh, yeah, what? Oh, sorry. It's a good job, because I had all my discount codes show up then as well. So I'm glad I didn't actually show it. So, what have we got? Just you know, like pages and pages, 50 pages of physical things. I'm just trying to find some, like the fish tank, Tekiatsu models, posters. They're my favorite. The Oshi, little school of jellyfish. Do you call jellyfish schools? I don't know, maybe. Captain, Mr. Refinement's cabinet of rare and exquisite spirits. You got all these trophies, all these tons of Takietsu models. The locker, all these things, right, from years ago. Obviously, when the Maglock stuff comes, there's a chance that most of this stuff still won't be placeable because they need to be redone, you know, for the game we have today. Hopefully they can get, like, you know, new hires in and getting them to sort of place this stuff. But, yeah, all this stuff will eventually be placeable in your ships, in your hangar, all these Puizi collection stuff. Tons of things, and it would be so nice to get those. Hang on, we're sticking with this for now because we're on the roadmap update. Yo, Red Hawk, good morning. Yeah, this video's from 2014. Wingman MacArthur. I know, I noticed that, Solney. You posted that. That was when I used to be called something else, and then I thought that's just not gonna work. Yeah, making our ships truly ours, exactly. And it's all part of this insurance system. So that's why it's really important that 4.8 brought this ability to insure our components. Like, that is massive in terms of getting us to the point. Like, that's the foundation of getting to the point of being able to insure everything in our ship. That's why when things like that come out and people are raving about it and others on the surface are like, I mean, it's not that impressive. It is. It's detrimental to getting to the point where you can go out with anything in your ship and not worry about it going missing or someone else coming on your ship and whipping it, you know, and putting it into their own ship. What's the smallest ship that can hold a golem? Ooh, I don't know. Should be able to fit in something smaller than a Carrack, I would think. Yeah, Asgard. I don't think I've actually seen Starship Troopers 2 or 3. Blinded, how you doing? So, next is the combat clothing. Boop. John Wick. Again, right? People complain about CIG ripping off all these other franchises and films. It's inspired by. And I would rather have stuff like this than not. This is going to be great for, like, VIP escorting around locations and you know, obviously a lot of it is roleplay stuff, but they may have missions that tie into this kind of thing. Places that you're not allowed to go wearing armors. You have to wear clothing, and you could walk in with something like this. This is basically armored clothing. Now it says, implementing lightly armored apparel designed to offer a more stylish look while remaining viable in combat situations. Now the only thing we've seen is this. Whether there are more clothing, armored clothing coming in with 4.9 is yet to be seen, but this we know exists, and it is pretty damn sexy. A proper black suit, black tie, waistcoat, 3-piece, ignore that. Yeah, that offers protection. It's not going to be like a proper physical armor set. Maybe a little bit under light combat armor protection. So, no, you're not going to go to a CZ and not encounter a player. A CZ is not instanced. Instanced content is locations that are strictly set up in an instance. A lot of these places aren't. That's not to say we won't see places like CZs that are in instances, but it's not, you know, they're more likely going to be PvE situations where the rewards are not as good as the sort of player-facing, the PvP versions. It doesn't mean, you know, these DCs and these executive hangars are going to become instanced. They're always going to remain as spaces that are very challenging against other players if you time it appropriately with other players being there. So it's more just additional game spaces that offer varied gameplay experiences that could be PvP, could be PvE, could be just solo. It really is, you know, sky's the limit with what they could do. You're going to host an armored suit only run of Siege of Orison. Something that I posted this in the squad, maybe just divisionally. I can't remember where I posted it. Might have even been Squadron rather than Space Marines. Probably Space Marines. Doing other scenarios with Siege of Orison. So obviously you can just go through and do the Siege of Orison as a group. That we will do. That'll be great. But you could also do a medical rescue where a player goes in and gets downed somewhere deep within the Siege of Orison experience, and then a team have to come in as kind of QRF or medical response team to come in and try and extract them and get them back up again. But also, I would love to do a VIP escort scenario where you're all wearing suits, or maybe there's a player that is a VIP that cannot get shot and cannot get taken down, and it's up to the people escorting them to stop that from happening. I thought that might be a fun one to run through. So yeah, it's not even just playing through the mission. It's like you can add your own spices to it. Anyway, what else we got? So that's combat clothing. Recco Battaglia. Now, also, part of this whole... I mean, this was the worst demonstration, to be fair. It's like you are not vibing with the community of Star Citizen putting this out there. Personally, anyway. But the this is all part and parcel of bringing more to Starware, which is essentially a new clothing or, well, everything the character wears, where you will be able to layer clothing and armor together. We still don't have it yet. The closest we've got to Starware being sort of rolled out is the spacesuits of 4.8, the flight suits, where they actually have intention behind them and purpose behind them versus wearing something else. And we will see more and more of this come along, and all this stuff we're seeing with the heavy armor, the suit, it's all just part of that. But Recco Battaglia is not that. Where is it? There she is. So this character, when we first had Levski, before it was in the Nick system, it was just placed in Stanton, we had Recco, and she was a mission giver who, I can't even remember what missions she gave out. Was it... I don't remember doing any of them. But this character has a artificial leg. Was it ship escorts? Or are you talking about something else? Recco had escort missions. I do not remember that at all. But yeah, she's coming back, and it says missions revolving around coordinating logistics for the local independent miners operating in Levski. She will also have a chap called Isaac and a chap called Amir as sort of supporting characters. I don't know if they're face-to-face or if they're just over comms, but it sounds like there's going to be a whole sort of narrative spin going on there where there's a lot of motion capture and performance capture and lines, script for them to provide a bit more of a realistic feeling of a mission giver. So yeah, maybe additional mining work, retrieval work, maybe escorting stuff. They could scale it based on all sorts of stuff. How you doing, Warper? Nice to see you. Were they naughty missions? That's probably why I didn't do it. And then there's Wicklow, who is giving us the Clipper. Such a scam. The name Isaac, whenever I hear that, I just think of Dead Space. So in Star Citizen, it's cool. But yeah, the Wicklow Clipper is, its own livery, unique, upgraded components as well. That's essentially all we have for 4.9 right now. This is Suuli recording this, our own org camera crew. Started using his stuff. Very nice. 1 Inch Punch, how you doing, Billy? Welcome, guys. Erif. There's Evan, Jackie Chan Tuxedo, yes. You have a question. Do you know what happened? Do you happen to know when the Galaxy will go on sale again? We know it's launching for the IAE. They're releasing the Galaxy during the IAE this year. Whether it goes on sale prior to that, I don't know. I don't think there's anything coming that would warrant it to go on sale again. But it will be on sale during the IAE, and they're intending to release it then as well. Wiki Clippy. Yeah, the Galaxy's cool. Yeah, is this you, Phantom? Who else was in this crew? Is that you, Soldner? Soldner, Phantom? Did Dark take part in this one? Who are the other two? Oh no, it's coming to an end. Anywho, stick with that for now. We're going to talk about the monthly report. We'll move on from this. It's such bad quality. I don't think my videos have improved, to be fair. So, monthly, let me have a wee, get a coffee, grab some snacks, guys, and just chill out. We're gonna get on with breaking down the monthly report, going through what was said. There's some real good stuff in this episode, month, you know. Anyway, back in a sec. Let me get this coffee going. That's my coffee machine, Zul. Don't worry, the PC's staying put. You just like the limited wave drops of large ships. It would be nice if those who want to buy it can just buy it, but I mean, at the end of the day, the weird thing of they just had fun with this script, you know, where you had to write in and ask to join the club of the whatever it was for the Odin. That was just like some random thing they did for fun. The next time it goes on sale, it's just going to be a normal limited sale. You know, you don't need to write in. It's like, so wait, we all wrote in for what? Coffee machine is powered by rocket fuel. Rocket fuel to make rocket fuel. Phantom Killer, how you doing? 07. They are Rune. For the next few hours, 6-hour maintenance window with a lot of bug fixes as well. Fire Seal, welcome. Good morning. A lot of Ironclad fixes, some fixes for star map contracts. Maybe, I don't know, we don't know exactly what's coming in, but there's a lot of fixes they've mentioned they're working on. Whether, you know, which ones actually make it in for this one, we don't know specifically, other than, I would say, the big two for the Ironclad are the SEM and nav mode switching, and the detaching when you're quantuming. Other than that, we'll have to wait and see what it says. Converts rocket fuel into human fuel, yeah. Does the trick for me anyway. Did you manage to get access to it, Phantom? Did name dropping work? Name drop, they're like, who's SMB? that's not the best approach. Yeah, hopefully they'll fix the QV station stuff. I know that started going a bit dodgy. Malaki, welcome. I have a feeling the Galaxy is going to go up to 600 base. What is it to start with? It probably will have a price increase. I don't know what it'll be, though. Yeah, it does make it a real FOMO. If people have got the coin, just let them buy it, you know? It's not like, on what we're watching. It's not like it's going to be a big problem of people, like, let people fly it around in the verse. Like, originally, the limited sales were to stop every man and his dog having, you know, these big ships in the verse. But really, it makes no sense. Just let people buy it. Help fund the project. Buy it. I don't know why they limit it, really. Just creates stress. It's like, you got 5,000 quid in your pocket and you want to buy a ship from Star Citizen, and they're not letting you. It's like, just do it. Just let them buy it. So strange. Oh, 380 is the price now. It won't go up to 600. It'll probably go more closer to 500, but I don't know. Do you think we will ever have a planet that had the lasers above the planet that we used to... Yes. So they're terraforming lasers. I think it is very light. Now they've kind of progressed with this. I mean, there's probably already planets out there that exist with them. Like, wherever the Crossroads of Crime took place. Where was the original intention for that? Was it Nix? It wasn't, was it? Was it the lair system for Crossroads of Crime? I can't really remember the lore on that. But now that they're sort of pushing this Genesis planet tech, which Genesis is the developer name for it, but it's also the in-law name of the terraforming technology that has advanced that allows them to take Nix 1 and other systems and other planets. It's kind of like allowing them to in-law retcon the original lore of Star Citizen's universe. So more planets will become habitable, but there will still be some that are very much uninhabitable. But I suspect as, you know, more systems come along, there may even be an option of seeing planets get terraformed and being able to fly around these big lasers. Whether we can go down on the planet, I doubt it, because it's essentially changing the atmosphere. And if you go down into the planet while it's doing that, it's probably going to be quite violent and dangerous. Captain Herlock, thank you so much for giving me your Prime sub. Much appreciated. But I would expect to see planets with these laser beams, you know, terraforming beams around. But yeah, I don't know offhand what the lore was. I don't really remember. No, I don't think it was Spider. Yeah, Microtech was terraformed. That was... it was actually the reason why it's so cold, isn't it? Because of a terraforming problem where it unfortunately messed with the atmosphere in a bad way and made it sort of continuously freezing cold. So it's like when we get the new updated planets of, say, Stanton and Pyro, they're not being terraformed by Genesis, this new powerful planet terraformation tech that has been discovered or created. They're just, you know, outside of, you know, in terms of like getting the new Planet Tech version 5. It's a very confusing thing when they start using all these same terms. How you doing, Herlock? But yeah, I can't remember what the original... Hopefully someone's looking it up, because I can't be bothered. Jedi, how you doing? I mean, that's why we're supposed to, on Microtech, have that Microtech Yeti. It was supposed to be this creature that was genetically modified or created to be the apex predator on Microtech. And I think it went a bit wrong. But we haven't seen it yet. It's Binks. Yeah, it's pretty much Binks is the Microtech Yeti. See him running across the ice. Turn and run. Mr. Red, how you doing? I think it'll... Yeah, I think about 500 is likely to be the price of the Galaxy when it comes again. Gravborn, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Summer Yeti, how you doing? So, monthly report. Oh, pardon me. Starting with the AI content team, they looked into technical fixes to help streamline the process of adding content into the game, with them saying Alpha 4.9 patch is going to be a very important one for the narrative design of the game, as the team is contributing two very large elements that will lay important foundations for developing narrative in the Ultimate 1.0 version. Now, they don't specify exactly what these two elements are, but as I sort of mentioned earlier, part of 1.0 will involve this overarching storyline that kind of you know, enables the player to become a citizen. And there's a lot of other things with all the different corporations and gangs all fighting for power and how they all work together and whatnot. That, you know, narrative missions and so forth will need all of these, as much help as they can, to streamline that so that we can get to 1.0 quicker. But again, it doesn't mention what it is. So I wouldn't want to hazard a guess. It could be to do with missions. I mean, this is AI content, so it could be having AI capable of being available in terms of missions and revealing information and so forth. We'll see. Gravbone, thank you for becoming a channel member, my friend. Much appreciated. Beers and Party over on YouTube, please, everybody. Thank you, sir. It's been like 12 years from seeing them lasers. I know. How many people have trained to fly using those lasers? They are the go-to for learning how to fly decoupled and keep on point. Yeah, NPC mission givers. It could absolutely be that kind of stuff. The Renegade Cargo Vest. I have one of those on an alt account. Dominic, how you doing? You get them from purchasing the Ranger, don't you? Because I know Mr. Yellow sent me one. He asked me for my email, and I didn't know what it was for. He just asked me for my email, so I sent him my email, my, you know, SMB email. And he sent this thing to me, but my SMB email is not actually linked to my main account because I wasn't a content creator when I backed the game. Or I was, but it wasn't like off starcitizen. Black Knight, how you doing? Got all things crossed for the Ironclad fixed. Same, my friend. Oh, please make it worth using again. Will there be a warning when the game is up again? A warning? Do you mean will they let us know? Yeah, they'll. It depends on where you're looking. If you're on Twitter, they'll probably tell us. If you're on maybe YouTube, I don't think they would on YouTube. I would say just use the community and listen out for the community. Check streams if people are playing Star Citizen, which is hard to tell because we might be playing videos, but that'll be a good sign. Zen, how you doing? Well, it's about it. We're talking 1.0. The issues that we're dealing with now with mission givers will be rectified by the time it comes to 1.0. So it's not like, you know, oh god, we're dealing with this issue right now. When 1.0 comes along, we're still going to be dealing with that issue. They will make sure we're not, you know. For AI tech and features, on the animation side, they say significant work went towards the mass retargeting of male-to-female combat AI assets, with additional support for unconscious and bleeding out behaviors, and the devs also made track views for an upcoming event and restructured how melee attacks are tweaked for NPCs with large attack sets. So track view is, I think, how they create cinematic trailers and things, isn't it? Where you can kind of like putting a camera on a track and it flows and you can see the cinematics of it. Lisa Simpson, how you doing? Show me your key bindings. I can't because we can't get in game right now, unfortunately. But mine are always a work in progress, to be fair. So it's probably not going to happen. There's no need to shout. All right, Lisa. Yeah, the status page will tell us. If you've got the status page bound, I have it just up here, where it just, you know, you can click on it and it tells you what's going on. Yeah, let me get that for you. Keep an eye on that, and that'll tell you when it's kind of up and running again. Madge, how you doing? Yes, we will get AI crew, eventually. But it's not until post 1.0 launches. So once, you know, it's something they still want, but it's not a priority for 1.0. They want to encourage more, you know, using friends as such. Captain Jennings, how you doing? Yes, maintenance, mate, for a few hours more. Fledger, yeah, about another 3 hours. How you doing, Fledger? Oberus, welcome. I wish Benoit wrote something about desyncs. Yeah, he hasn't at all, has he, yet? Jared, he backed him into a corner, and I think Benoit's just so busy he hasn't been able to. So hopefully we will see more on that, or at least maybe see the fixes first. That'll be good. Prototypes were implemented for the Valakar. For example, the team simplified the setup of burrowing animation types, fixed the path patching to improve movement along dynamic generated positions, and improved the API for tracking damage to NPCs to trigger motive actions. Plus, they also refactored how AI trigger states work and improved debug shortcuts for controlling time and teleporting. So there's, the Apex Valakar is coming. Obviously, we have him in those sort of set-piece battles, but he is coming to the worlds where you can be out there, mining away on a planet, and then all of a sudden you see like a off in the distance, and you're like, wait a minute, what was that? Or if you're not paying attention, just you gotta get out of there. Nucifer, thank you for the follow. Ninetales, how you doing? Do you think Raylin and other alien ships will make it into the loner matrix to align with loner ship investment? What do you mean? As in, like, I don't understand. Do you mean, like, if you have a ship, will a alien ship become part of a loner? I didn't know that they weren't, to be honest. Do we not get alien ships as loners at all? But yeah, I didn't know we didn't get alien ships as loners, and the fact that they haven't made that the case. Oh yeah, we get the Defender, don't we? I've got the Defender because of the Banu Merchantman, so yeah, we do. I don't know specifically which ship you're hoping for. You should get the Defender as well, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, they may. I can't imagine they would, because we've got the C2. I can't imagine they'd be like, let's keep it alien with alien, and swap out the C2 for the Gatak Raylin, personally. I wouldn't say so. But yeah, we do get alien ships. Welcome, Mud, thank you. That's alright, Jenny. Welcome. Alcatraz, how you doing? I don't know. Obviously, Paul is going off of a source of someone saying, it's been delayed. I don't really listen to those sorts of things because it's not official. It might be delayed. It might not be delayed. It might be delayed, but not because of, the issues that that Paul's friend was saying. We just don't know. I don't listen to hearsay like that because it's just hearsay. Until we get an official statement, I wait and hear what they state. I wouldn't be surprised either way. I would hope that it's not delayed, of course, and I hope it's still this year. Last we heard, it's still this year. Everything else is just hearsay. So I wouldn't get all emotional and stressed. Not that you are, but I wouldn't get all emotional and stressed about my mate said it's delayed statements. Not that Paul's wrong. I don't know. I don't know this person he's talking to. So, who knows? We will see, of course. Must have been good, but it's over now. You're saving your money for upgrades and ships until just before 1.0. I'm tired of watching my Cutlass get power crept into oblivion and don't want to watch it happen again. I think, one of the downsides of playing right now is that things constantly change, balance-wise especially. Even more so now with, flight models coming along and changing and, Maelstrom in the works and all these other aspects. We are going to see ships that are OP, that are the meta, become not OP in the meta. We're going to see ships that had no chance before become beneficial. It is a case of, it's painful sometimes when, your favourite ship suddenly gets nerfed, but then at the same time it has to make sure that it fits with the game world. We can't have anything that is OP. Yo, old school. Oh, Paul mentions that his source hasn't actually worked for CIG for over 6 months. Again, to me, it's an irrelevant conversation because it is literally just my mate says it's not coming. Of course, there is more legitimacy because it's Paul, and we love Paul. But regardless of who it is and who's saying it, I don't care until we get official word. Nothing means anything to me until we get an official word. Again, I'm not saying it's not delayed. It absolutely could be. And I hope they don't hold off this year because of GTA 6. But they'll do what they want to do and what they feel is best, and that's just the way it is. That's the way it's always been. Obviously, we have our own say on things, but it won't change the course of things too drastically. So, yeah, I'm hoping it's still this year. From my understanding, nothing has changed since Jared said it's still planned this year. We'll just see what happens from it. Mud, yeah, thank you for the follow, mate. Sedoza, welcome. Hope the servers are getting better today. Yeah, they should do. I think my family are back. Either that or we're getting burgled. I'm not going to bother checking. Morlan, how you doing? Yeah, CIG might even be rooting out the leakers. Absolutely. Classic technique of telling one person one thing, telling someone else something else, and then seeing which one gets leaked. It's just, you know, espionage 101, I suppose. Philip, how you doing? So, what else we got? Animation team, they progressed with the Apex Valakar, fleshing out various additional attacks and animations. You know, what we're playing with the Valakar, the Apex Valakar right now, if any of you have had the experience to fight it, it should be quite different when it comes in again. When we see it as a creature of the world that can come in as and when based on, you know, the noises we make, I suppose. They also captured new enter and exit animations for upcoming ships alongside work for a new full-body mission giver who will take her own place in the verse. Now, I'm assuming this isn't Rekko, because they do speak about Rekko in this, you know, the animation team speak about Rekko specifically later on, but it certainly sounds like it is them. But if they say a new full-body mission giver, Rekko was an old full-body mission giver, so I can't imagine it's her. It would be cool if it's Tessa, but I think it might be Twitch. Yeah, Pachico. That's who I'm expecting it to be. No, actually, no, I'm not, because it's a new full-body mission giver. When they say new, I'm thinking they're meaning one we haven't seen yet. But then it could be, yeah, Twitch is still there. She's been there a while, hasn't she? So I don't really know. Someone's chainsawing. No, I don't think it's Rekko. She's not a new full-body mission giver. And again, they speak about her later on. We'll see. It could be anyone, to be fair. Facial animation teams progressed with significant amount of new content from April's performance capture shoot, which will appear in 4.9. That'll be that'll be Rekko, Isaac and Amir, I would expect. It says this content is split across comm calls and in-person interactions and was processed at different quality tiers to ensure that everything the player sees up close will really shine. No idea, Hybrid. A few hours, maybe 3 hours from now is the longest duration it's expected to take. It could be extended. It might be cut short. They just said 6 hours, no longer than 6 hours. But even that doesn't mean anything. It could take longer. Yo, paper. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as long as CIG is still working on and producing Star Citizen and releasing regular amounts of content and fixing it as they go, Star Citizen will never die. It'll only die if they stop. If Squadron comes out and it's bad, yes, it will heavily impact Star Citizen. Absolutely. Or if it's in a bad state. It will, of course, have a big effect on it. It won't destroy it, because they will still continue building. It's like when Cyberpunk came out and No Man's Sky came out and everyone just wrote it off as if it was, you know, it's a dead game. And then a few years later it's fixed and working and it's a great game. As long as they're still building it, nothing will destroy it. It's just, it will be impactful based on how bad and so forth. On, you know, you could say in a completely polarizing sentence, if Squadron 42 comes out and it's in a great state, it will absolutely make Star Citizen flourish. It's kind of one of those statements that doesn't need to be said, really, because it's obvious, but it's not going to destroy Star Citizen. It'll still continue working, and it will eventually get there. Yes, Blind. So if you backed Star Citizen back in whatever, I can't remember the date that they cut it off, but you know, my game package came with it. Where is it? Yeah, Squadron 42 digital download, Legacy Alpha, digital Star Citizen manual, self-land hangar. So it did come with it. Record doesn't have a full body, that's true. Good catch. Have we got any idea yet what the new ship is from Gatang? No, all we know is that it's going to be an industrial ship. But, I mean, that could be in anything, couldn't it? Well, hopefully 4.8 will be a lot less buggy after this maintenance window. I can't stand GTA Online. I wouldn't want to even compare Star Citizen to GTA Online. It is a whole different beast. The whales will keep her floating as long as there are servers. Sunk costs and such. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll keep going. You know, if it gets delayed, it gets delayed. If it comes out and Squadron's bad, it'll be disappointing, of course, and it'll be sad, but I'll still play Star Citizen. Wagwan Citizen, how you doing? Question: what do you think about CIG potentially selling ships larger than the Odin? I wouldn't be surprised if they do. As long as they put it in the PTU before we test it, before they release it, though. But no, I wouldn't be surprised in like long term we see other ships sold that are bigger than the Odin. I mean, we know bigger ships exist, so there is a potential there, but I don't know. Ships that destroy bugs, that would be good. A Gattack refueler. Could be. Could be. Industry covers a lot of areas, right? Industry covers a lot of areas. You melted it. Oh no. What else have we got? So, Animation team are excited to see players' reactions to the return of Recco Battaglia, as this will be the first instance of an old character returning to the verse with new content and missions, and a lot has changed with the pipeline since her debut, so this will be the first time players will be able to draw immediate comparisons. Also, for the animation teams, or finally for the team, facial animation held 2 performance capture shoots with the narrative and motion capture teams, which will cover content for 4.9 and 4.10. D'Agostino, welcome. Could you maybe play Squadron 42 Vertical Slice from 8 years ago? No, oh, sorry, can we play it in the background? I probably have it on here. The Vertical Slice, you want to watch that one? We can stick it on. If I go past it, tell me. Ah, there it is. Yo, perfect code. Makes no sense to release Squadron this year at this point. Why not? Steve, welcome. Stacks, you're thinking of you're thinking the new alien ship. Other than the railing inspired by a ship from Space Odyssey, you're thinking an alien version of the Atlas. Look up ships in the film. There's a lot of ships in that film. I looked it up because I've seen Space Odyssey, but I don't remember any ships from it. And I looked it up, and there's a load of ships. It could be any one of them. Cargo elevators at Levski. Hopefully they've got it with this K-Pras, with this latest maintenance. That would be nice. Can't tell because my face is in front of the playlist. Oh, can you not? Oh, sorry. Okay. I found it anyway. It's all right. We're safe. Death Star doesn't have to be combat based. They could have a bigger ship than the Orion for mining. They could have a bigger ship than the Reclaimer for salvaging. There's all sorts of potentials there. No, I don't think I highly doubt Squadron is going to be bad. I actually think it's going to be the first true quadruple A game as a single player game, you know, in comparison to other games, I guess, like MMOs. I think it is going to truly show what CIG are capable of putting something with such attention to detail that people will be wowed by it. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it. And hopes, of course. So, Weapon Art team progressed with a new large caliber weapon, which is currently in grey box. Now, we know weapons will eventually get proper calibers, maybe even different ammo types. Well, we've heard of different ammo types being a plan, and I guess Maelstrom will be heavily impacted by that. Yo, student. I mean, they've already smashed the funding goals of any of the year. Not funding goals, but, you know, income goals. Not goals, just income. Did you notice a few hints that Star Citizen or Squadron might be on the Summer Games? They've essentially... I don't want to say they've confirmed that it's not going to be a part of Summer Games Fest, because it was during the Rotterdam Bar Citizen that someone unknowingly recorded the interview with the dev that got that information out. And part of the information from that Bar Citizen, I believe, was them saying it's not part of the festival. So I think that the rumor came because, well, I can't remember his name, but the guy that holds the Summer Games Fest tweeted about Star Citizen earning $1 billion. That was it. And that was where the whole rumor came from, that it would be at Summer Games Fest. But it's kind of been said that it's not. But at the end of the day, again, it's not officially from CIG. It's essentially official from CIG. It's someone saying a developer said this at a Bar Citizen, which isn't really an official announcement. It's not at all an official announcement from CIG. It's just a developer, to the best of their knowledge, whatever, you know, they are, wherever they are in the hierarchy of CIG developers, whether they've been drinking or whatever. So I'm not expecting anything. But again, it's like anything. Anything that's hearsay, I just take with a pinch of salt. And I find it interesting, but I don't believe it until we get told officially. Now, new tech is also in the works that will require cross-team collaborations over the next couple of months, while material polish passes and updates to existing weapons continue to progress. No idea what this new tech is in terms of weapon art. Could be all sorts of stuff, really. Yeah, the Forge is going to be an exciting one whenever that suddenly appears. Personally, you're looking forward to the Squadron releasing, because after that, they have stated the release of the Javelin. I'm looking forward to the Squadron releasing, because I want to play Squadron. I have been super excited for Squadron since the moment I heard about it. Jeff, that's the one. Not that I'm not more excited for the PU, of course I am, but it's going to be great playing through it. I'm playing through it in VR as well. Oh, is it tonight that Summer Games Fest kicked off already? Yeah, secondhand is not official. Hadn't it already been said that they didn't want to do big advertising? No. So for Squadron, for Star Citizen, the PU, they're not going to be doing any form of like big advertising campaigns beyond just the trailers and stuff. But for Squadron, they are going to do a traditional, you know, big campaign release. It's just the PU. They've said they're not going to do that. I'm sure, even when Squadron releases, people who call Star Citizen a scam are still going to call it a scam, because they're not... By now, they're not even bothered about getting facts. They just want to spout nonsense. That's why, you know, when someone comes in and says, it's a scam, you just kind of like, just ban them. There's no point in even having a conversation with them. If they come in and say, it's Star Citizen a scam, then I'm happy to spend a bit of time, but people already make up their mind. They'll eventually realise and feel like they've missed out, or they won't. Either way, I don't care. Another dev said on Twitch to look out for Summer Games Fest. Really, Black? Yeah, who knows at this point. Yo, Hebrace, how you doing? Great video, by the way, with our man Gene. That was a really cool... and sorry you can't make it to the trade meet today for obvious reasons. Unfortunately. How you doing, by the way? You're optimistic for today. We'll see, yeah. Hopefully it fixes the Cadillac. Starts in 5 hours, does it? Nice. Probably be paying starcitizen by that point, though. 5.5 hours. The delay of Squadron, this is fact, I think, is because Chris Roberts is wanting his in-real-life 890 jump yacht to be finished and built so that he can announce the release on board it. That sounds like the most legitimate reason that I can think of. Has it started, but it's not until tonight for the PC stuff. Okay. Yeah, hoping they'll have a bunch of stuff held back, waiting on the release of Squadron. Well, yeah, the thing with... Like, the biggest thing about Squadron's release, if you're not bothered about Squadron, is all the work they're doing to polish the experience of Squadron to feel like a finished, polished product. Be that animations, interactions, you know, AI, all this sort of stuff. That has to be done before Squadron can release. Once that's done, a lot of that can come over to the PU. It's not necessarily going to be a simple, let's just port it over. Some of it, I'm sure it will be, but a lot of it will need to be ported and adjusted to work in a online experience with all the different issues with netcoding and stuff. But a lot of that polish is going to come straight over, if not before it releases, and make the PU in those areas feel like a polished product, or more polished in those areas, which is going to be one of the biggest wins. All that work they're doing is coming to the persistent universe and will make things feel much better. Yeah, most of it will be able to be transitioned over, which I think is actually going to have one of the biggest impacts on the PU. We're still going to deal with, you know, the networking issues like desync and things like that, but just in general, interacting with things as your character. The AI capabilities, you know, by that point, hopefully, servers will be a little better. Animations for your characters and other characters and creatures and things, it all has to be up to the standard of a finished product. And that's not going to waste. That's not like, it's done, let's, you know, do it again for the PU. It's all there for the PU to come on, to get on with. Randolph, thank you for joining us, mate. Good to see you. Snipey, oh, the Liberator. Liberator and Kraken, both very usable ships in our org, I would think. Yes, the Banu, Jian and Tavaran. Where did I read? It might have been the monthly report. That the first... oh, it's for 4. Where did I read this? What was it? 4.9 was it? Seeing a new, an alien species, be that Banu, Jian or whatever, as part of ships that we're protecting. So they will be in the game. A bit like how the Vanduul are now. Not necessarily walking around, you know, fighting them on foot or seeing them around places like Stanton or, you know, landing zones. But as characters in the game. What the hell did I read that said that? There's been so many things going on. It might have even been the Bar Citizen stuff. No, it's not law stuff. Creon, thank you for the follow. And Garios, thank you for the follow as well. Oh man, what was it? APOC, you must remember that. I'm sure I didn't dream it this time. The first video that you watched of mine, Gene, was Ariraf in Lawville trying to buy components for the cutter. Yeah, when I inherited my cutter from my grandfather and it had no components at all. Yeah, random. Yeah, Gary Oldman's still here. Still going strong. Anyway, hopefully someone remembers what I'm talking about there, because I can't remember. It was a video recently that I think I've put out, but I can't remember. Well, they've said that we're not necessarily going to be able to play as an alien species in the persistent universe. I mean, never say never, but they have specified that way back in the day. But they did say after Squadron's release, Chapter 1, 2, and 3 is done, they will do other single-player campaigns. Obviously, by that point, we'll be playing the PU. Where they will tell other stories, like maybe a Han Solo story, or maybe play as a Xi'an or a Vanduul or something, or Tavar and fight the humans. There's all sorts of potential there, but technically, as it stands right now, we're not going to be able to play an alien like a Xi'an as a character in Star Citizen. Snooze! Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm wondering if there are any other authors or aspiring writers in chat. Give me a salute if you are working on something. What are you working on, Randolph? Gary in Wales, welcome. In fact, I've got a... Hang on. I can't remember the actual name of the chap that gave me this. His writing name is Ross Loren Lindrud, who wrote Unto War, which is Star Citizen inspired. Danica Star, on a hunch, enters the Vega star system in the early days of October 2945. She is the result of 1,000 years of journalistic evolution, and swerving and undaunted like a shark, like a tiburon, she could smell a story light years away. Gave me that bastard at CitizenCon. So there's a lot of lore writers. There's actually a whole sort of section for people who want to write fan fiction around Star Citizen. There's a whole web section of Star Citizen's official website to help guide people to do that. Is it possible that you share somehow the music you gathered for Star Citizen? The place to find it is either Pedro Camacho's, the official composer's website or YouTube channel, but Chiffmonkey on YouTube. Go to Chiffmonkey. He is where I get most of the music downloaded from like Pedro's music. And at the moment, all I'm using is Pedro's music. So anything you hear in my videos is Pedro, because it just hits so good. MK, how you doing? But yeah, Chiffmonkey is where you can find it on his YouTube, and that's where you can sort of download them and whatnot. Johnny, how you doing? The claw salamanders, don't they have like a voice changer though? I think that's why they have like a. It's just adds a bit of flavour to them, I think. Ice, how you doing? St. Patrick, welcome. Chin Shield, thank you for the raid. And much appreciated. How are you doing? Insane, welcome. I'm new to Star Citizen. How do you start the campaign? You don't. The campaign isn't available. It's not released yet. So don't go looking for it. You won't find it, mate. But exclamation cult, welcome to the verse. If you've got any questions, by all means, ask away. Pedro and Jeff are both masters at their class, at their, that's not the right term, is it? Of their profession. When I was working out the other day, I actually played Star Citizen sound playlist on Spotify, and oh no, it wasn't that. It was Paul's lore video, latest lore video, which is like more of a refresher on the lore of Star Citizen. And as he started talking about the UEE, he played the music, the bagpipes of Jeff Zanelli. That was like, I was trying to fall asleep and it was like, I want to go and fly a ship now. Oh, they speak different languages sometimes. Do they really? I wonder where that's come from. Because I don't think they've had like, what's his name? Linguist guy. Britain. I don't think they've had Britton Watkins like writing other languages beyond Jian Banu Vanduul, Could be wrong. Beard, how you doing? Bring in the raid. How was your stream, Chin? Did you play Star Citizen, I assume? How was it? Oh, you haven't been playing Star Citizen. What a silly question. What have you been doing while it's in maintenance? Yeah, Pedro, his music has gotten better and better. Like, from that early days of, even just the Arena Commander song is so good, to now, like, Wonder and Bloom, Monarchs, all the different tracks. And then he started going into that sort of synth with when Nyx came along. Seeing the progression of his techniques and styles is just phenomenal. Rigstar, how you doing? Panther, thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome, Panther. There are humans in Rockbreaker that speak non-English. I wonder if they have come up with a different language. Plot twist, the Cathars show up at some point in Squadron and they are secretly developed a language for them too. Well, yeah, that's true. There's, like, at the moment, we don't know anything about the Cathars. Do we even know of a Tavaran language? We don't, do we? The Jan won't tell us who the Cathars are. Yo, Big Mike, how you doing? After 8 years, you finally re-downloaded the game a couple of days ago, and I have no clue what to do or where to start. I would certainly say wait until after... I mean, you can't do anything but wait till after the maintenance. Start with basic hauling missions, courier missions, just the simplest of things to dip your toes back in, because a lot has changed since 8 years ago. I don't know if there's any Canadian orgs. Are there any Canadian orgs, guys? And yeah, dip your toes in. Don't go, diving into it. Start from scratch with piloting, navigating, because the star map's a nightmare. Just learn the basics and go from there. Hey, Alex. Hopefully for a couple of hours now it'll be back online, maybe a little longer. Great Muck Gamers, welcome. Will the Clad finally be flyable? It should do. I think some of the main fixes coming with this build, with this update, is for the Ironclad. So it better be. It had better be. Yeah, I actually turned the music off, Rhino. That's the funny thing. I love Pedro's music, and I play it all the time in my videos, which I'm glad I do, because I do turn the music off when I jump into game. I want just pure immersion. Which is funny, because I miss out on all this music. A sci-fi space opera novel. Oh, very nice. Hoping to hop on to grind some cargo. Yeah, maybe not right now, unfortunately. Therm, welcome. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Yes. By done, there are still many more fixes that will likely need to come along. Remember, this maintenance and bug fix patch isn't going to fix everything wrong with Star Citizen, right? That's not what it's about. It's about trying to get the main hitters of 4.8 out of the way so that there's so that they're not too much of a problem, and fixing the Ironclad, and we'll see what is fixed and what isn't, but don't expect everything to just be working. We're not at that point right now. Now, the economy team. For 4.8, this saw the introduction of 2 major economy features, being ship insurance adjustments and player-crafted items, although I don't know what that means, because we have crafting in 4.7. I assume they just mean components. They also say consumable prices were also adjusted, and components now have a wider price range, with prices of A-grade military components in particular being adjusted upwards to give more of a sense of progression. They also increased the sale prices of components, so salvagers can capitalize on any high-tier components they come across. Now, I had no idea they did this, and if anybody knows how much... welcome, Oberus. How much these high-grade components that we find... Not player components, because they get bricked, you can't sell them. NPC components you find. How much... or loot. How much can they be sold for? Whenever I find a high-tier component, I either give it to the org, or I use it myself. I didn't know you could actually sell them for decent money. Has anyone sold, like, a grade A military component to a shop? Or are we all just, like, using them? Yo, Squimp, no idea about cargo missions, freight... No, missions are something they are working on, but I don't know if that's a fix in this patch or not, unfortunately. You use Pedro's music to work a lot. Oh yeah, by all means, share your playlist. That should be fine. It's not amazing, I think 30 to 60k. What's that? Sorry, what we're talking about? Oh, the prices of components. I thought you were talking about server errors. So, yeah, they're not like... I mean, you can probably... At the end of the day, most of the components I find... Sorry, when I say I give to the org or I use, I also sell to other players. And I think, yeah, player-to-player selling is much better. You can get so much more for it. Chin had us watching videos on YouTube about the updates and maintenance and the future. Very nice. You know, before... I mean, obviously, I play so much now on stream. But for a long while, all we did was just chill and chat, play videos in the background and talk about Star Citizen. It's fun getting back to doing that, you know, now and again. Do we know if we'll be able to fly the Clad from the central bridge after this? No, not after this patch. That is a longer term plan, is to redo the operations center of the Ironclad and add the ability to fly it from that area, so sort of make that into a bridge. But that's not something coming with this patch. This is just fixes. Yeah, no one's selling them to shops. Don't be ridiculous. Maverick, how you doing? You've been collecting them all week, so this has my attention, but didn't get a chance. I mean, if anyone finds out, do let me know. But yeah, I think you are always better off selling to players. And with our trade meets, that's going to be the best option, really. Working suit lockers with long animations. I don't know if we're going to get those animations. It might be a simple case of, you know, you just kind of have one animation and then the whole outfit is on, rather than a long-winded putting everything on. I would like to see an animation. That would be nice. Now, also for the economy team, the data aggregation pipelines were broadened, resulting in several mission archetypes receiving a balance pass based on player behavior data. I think this means they've basically seen what missions players are not doing as much as others and maybe balanced the payouts to make them a bit more enticing, potentially. Arctic, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. How you doing? Exclamation DEF. How was your stream? And what were you doing? Not playing Star Citizen, of course. People are indeed selling them to shops. I mean, it's safer than selling to players in certain circumstances. I'm just going to go get a drink, because you can't always guarantee who you're selling them to is not going to be dodgy. But selling to the org, selling to org mates and whatnot is certainly safe. All right, back in a jiff. I need a wee and a drink, so be a minute. Don't want another coffee right now. I want a nice cold cider. There we are. Now, where were we? Apologies. Yo, Ross, how you doing? 07. Charisma, welcome. Playing an old game while waiting for the servers to come back online. You live down under. Oh, no worries, mate. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Thank you for the raid. Oh. Yo, Ivy. Some loot issues get looked at. Tech smugglers several times. You went to them and no loot. Is that because someone's already been there recently, or is it a bug that's causing that? Because I mean, it could be a bug, but it could also be that someone's just been there and looted it, and you just came at the wrong time. Anybody know how to revert the launcher update? Updated the launcher yesterday, and now it's maintenance going on, mate. You're not going to be able to get in right now, Psycho. Just wait for now. When the maintenance is over, you will probably be able to get in. Thank you, Arctic. You have a great night, my friend. Yeah, there's an hour cooldown, isn't there? So it's likely that you've gotten there and they've already been looted and you have to wait for that tick over for them all to come back again. Which, it does it in front of your eyes, doesn't it, technically? It sort of comes back in. Yo, criminal. CRG wanting people to stay broke? What? No, it's just taking all your goodies away. Yo, Titan, how you doing? Rune, welcome. No, so Squadron isn't an open world game. It technically is, but you're in the Navy. So if you try to go off exploring, you will likely hear that classic, where are you going? Come back here. Mission failed kind of sense. So you're not going to be able to get too far. Oh yeah, Thatcher Zero is very nice. Just tastes like the real thing, to be fair. What's your point, Mesmerize? Do you think they shouldn't do maintenance? Would you rather they never maintain their servers? Is that what you're saying? I think some people just speak without thinking. Now, to support future economy updates, the team began standardizing the price and volume brackets of crafting resources. They also worked on new ways to make the resources, commodity, and trading systems more intuitive and transparent for players. And I guess going forward, this might mean like similar resources are grouped into more predictable value tiers. So like economic bands. Kind of like we have for loot, like common, uncommon, rare, that kind of stuff. Making it make a bit more sense, feel a bit more intuitive. For the graphics, visual effects programming, and Planet Tech team, this is a good one. Not this first bit. It says a majority of the graphics team focused on optimizations throughout May, making significant improvements that will come at a later date, which is, that's good. That's a good bit, but it's not the bit I'm talking about. Game, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, we're talking about global illumination first, and then we'll get into the Planet Tech stuff. They also further optimized and refined the visuals for the global illumination system, in addition to adding depth output support to all parallax mapped surfaces, which allows them to benefit from their full rendering feature set, such as screen space shadows, reflections, and directional occlusion. I cannot wait to see Star Citizen in complete global illumination. It is going to be beautiful. Well, it is early in the morning for some people. Ideally, it would be, for me, in the daytime or late at night when I'm in bed. They do maintenance at different times of day. It's not always the same. Like, the last maintenance we had on Wednesday was 9 o'clock in the morning, my time. People live in different parts of the world, so maintenance isn't always the same time for everybody. Yo, Diva. No, Summer Games Fest is kicking off this evening. Well, it's on already, is it, you say, guys? Just about to go in and play, but maintenance, yeah, unfortunately. 3 hours, 4 hours left, I would say, until it's back on again. Yeah, you know, regular maintenance would be quite good. Especially if it wasn't during my stream. The current music in the background now, it's probably a bit quiet to hear anything, isn't it? It is the Alpha 3.0 ambient mix. Yo, Cake. Have they finally given the Democo blueprint in this update? I don't know. I don't know. Has anyone seen the Democo one? I don't believe so. You know, if you can check SE Crafter, that'll tell you what blueprints are available. Timothy, we're not. You're more than welcome to join our org. We don't actively recruit. We're not like, you know, come on guys, come and join my org. But if you want to join, you're more than welcome to. Exclamation org. And you're more than welcome. Lol in the dark, how you doing? Right, here's the fun bit. So, for the Planet Tech team, it says they made large strides with Genesis, being the Planet Tech, as they look to close out the last elements of the core technology and move on to polish, performance, and stability tasks. Recent work focused on critical pieces of technology like GPU object spawning, the virtual terrain cache, imposter rendering, don't know what that is, and the spawning of creatures and minables on version 5 planets. And alongside this, the team continued to iterate on visual quality while ensuring performance is kept in check. So, not looking like 4.9 is a potential Genesis drop, unfortunately. But 410, 411, something like that, we certainly could be seeing the first, you know, Nyx's planets. Nyx 1, 2, 3. And as it says here, they're now working on polishing performance and stability. The core tech is there. It's there, it's working. They're just now making it, you know, polishing it, making sure that it doesn't completely destroy our PCs and making sure it's stable as well. So imposters are 2D replacements for 3D models, usually used for LODs. Okay, thank you, Tomato King. How you doing, by the way? And yeah, GPU spawning is a way to utilize a GPU to allow us to, you know, get, I suppose, further ranges, LODs, and having things, you know, spread across the GPU more so than just the CPU. Tech like Genesis, there's no way a CPU could render all that kind of stuff. That's how they get the grass looking so good, is it's on GPUs. Creatures spawning, mineable spawning, that's two very important aspects of the new planets, is obviously mineables being how we find and scan and locate these nodes and things that we can go and mine. And then creatures, of course, very important. Yo, Lyle. You would hope before the winter break, so that way when they break the game, they aren't on vacation. What, for Genesis? Yeah, ideally. Although saying that, they do generally have a skeleton crew on, don't they, doing certain things, but they're not like a strike team to fix things if they go wrong. Taint, thank you so much for the 7 months, mate. How you doing today? Spader, welcome. Yeah, there was a time that we actually started getting almost maintenance weekly, didn't we? Last year, I think it was, they started doing it quite regularly. But so far, we had 2 in 1 week. Today and Wednesday. I think it is necessary, just to kind of clean up the back end and so forth. You can't hear the music. Yeah, it's a bit quiet, this track. Hang on. Is it? It's there. Pugmine, welcome, by the way. Is that a bit better? Problem is, each track's different, so the next one comes on and it's super loud. Deacon, thank you for another gift sub there. Lyle enjoyed 335 gift subs, mate. Insane. But yeah, one of the things that I am most excited for is Genesis planets, for obvious reasons, for many reasons. And it sounds like we're almost there. 410 is possible, but, you know, that gives them essentially 3-4 months of polish and whatnot, which I don't know if it's enough. Now, for the mission design team, they progressed with Recco Battaglia. They also worked closely with narrative and core gameplay teams to ensure the mission provider interaction flow is as desired for the initial release. After initial release, they don't care. Progress was also made on the redesign of an existing event that aims to push the boundaries of what is possible with a single instance. Must be Siege of Orison. This is where I read this thing that I was looking for. The original, it says, was designed around combat. But as the game has grown and matured, the team are now able to tap into new methods and gameplay choices. Now, we don't know exactly what that means, but I would assume it means they're going to use various other things that they have available in, you know, various other missions that we have. It could be like engineering style things, it could be fixing and repairing things, it could be swapping things out like components and items. To just expand on the original. It'll still be very combat focused, but I assume there will be side things you can do, maybe ways of accessing loot, different paths, better rewards, or other objectives. So really hopeful and excited for Siege of Orison. Not that it's going to be something that I will play time and time again. I will certainly play it quite a bit, especially with the org. We will probably use it for different trials, different tactics and testing and learning. But I'm excited to see it. And you know, the last time we had it, it didn't really work very well. It was such a fun experience, was Siege, where you go to these floating platforms around Crusader Planet, and you're just fighting a ton of different Ninetales. They also, at the time, brought in a lot of updates to AI, and it made it pretty challenging, even though we were still suffering from server degradation badly, because we didn't have static meshing back then. So it was a big problem. And a lot of the time, the sort of upper echelons of the Ninetales wouldn't spawn in, so you couldn't complete the mission. But it was a great set, like the scene of it all was great, and it was very challenging and very fun. So, you know, with it being instanced, it should be a lot more fun and a lot more playable. Problem with doing server maintenance frequently, it skews the data after 1.0 and make more sense. Fair enough, there's pros and cons, isn't there? Always! How you doing? Another planned instance was those missions in Nevsky. Yes, that's not what they're talking about here, though. Because that's not like an existing event that we've had that's being redesigned. The municipal works that's I suppose the next instance stuff we're going to see once this is released. The team also focused on creating a faction focused on non-combat gameplay from the StarCitizen 1.0 plan. Now, this could point to quite a few different things, to be fair. Wait a minute. There are a lot of factions out there. Here. I think maybe not that one, maybe further on. Here. So, you have all these different guilds, factions. You've got the Academy of Science, where they have hunter missions, farmer, crafters, or crafters, search and rescue, researcher, explorer, anything non-combat. In the Imperial Sports Division would have a lot of non-combat, like athletics, parkour, racing. The Council, pretty much mostly violence. Mercenary Guild, mostly violence. We've got the Interstellar Transport Guild with traders, haulers, couriers, so forth. We already have a lot of that. United Resource Workers, we know of these. Repair technicians, we could be talking all sorts of different things for that one. I don't know what it is, but there's a lot of potential there for a non-combat focused faction that is part of 1.0's plan. So working on that to introduce. Well, I don't know. What do you mean planetary bore mining? I don't think we're getting necessarily. Do you mean like replacing the resources? I don't know. I don't really understand that one. Because I don't think we're going to get necessarily, big old bore. Well, do you mean like with base building, where we're sort of essentially extracting resources from the ground? A huge difference between basically instant and actually instant. It was a good place to pick up armors and weapons. What? Siege of Orison. Your Ninetale stuff sells pretty well, to be fair. Will we get another mining ship soon? I doubt it. We will eventually get another mining ship, but I doubt we'll get another one soon, unless this new Gattac ship is mining, which, we have mining and salvage. We have quite a good range of ships. For very early entry up to sort of end game kind of mining and salvage. Of course, we will see mining ships from other manufacturers. Ship refining is something coming along at some point soon, hopefully. Should be a this year thing, I would think. But yeah, I don't think we're seeing one soon, personally. Could be wrong, though. Finally, for the mission design team, hang on. The municipal works, I don't know why I just suddenly can't say it. It's currently going through mission blockout to get its first playable state, to get into its first playable state. And once the design is signed off, full production can begin. So they are blocking it out, getting the layout made so that they can then work on the flow and the different missions. And then they'll start filling it in. Planetary bite mining. The thing about resources on a planet, and we've sort of mentioned this in the past, is to start with, they are going to be finite. And they will... this is before 1.0 goes live, I would think. Genesis comes along with all the minables, players start mining, the resources will be finite to create that supply and demand. And CIG will monitor how fast those resources essentially get... bore mining, actually, get extracted to the point of having nothing around anymore. They want scarcity. They want finite because it creates that, kind of like gold rush in locations. And then it makes them, when you find a pocket of resources, it makes it an important find. But if it runs out too fast, they will alter it. And they will either add more or they will find a way to make it so that it replenishes it. Saturation and such. So it's not something that I think they have a finished answer of. Are we going to see true finite resources that will never replenish, or are we going to see, constantly? And I don't think they want either. I think they would, ideally, it would be finite because it creates more of a realistic supply and demand. But at the same time, it's a game, and there needs to be enough available for stuff and a reason. And I think with the size of the planets and how many there are, and asteroid fields and so forth, then they should be fine for a good long time before they need to do like a bit of maintenance to sort of replenish it all. But again, I don't know what route they're going to take or how how they're going to go about it yet. Beecham, thank you for joining us, mate. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, Saturation. Yeah, this is old footage. The latest footage is cool, but it doesn't show the freedom that you will have at this point in the campaign. It's all you're a turret gunner on a ship and you're getting attacked. 1.0 time frame. My guesstimate is 2 to 3 years, but again, that is just pure guesstimations, right? Yeah, I don't want them to regen too quick. Of course, it waters down the rarity, the excitement of finding it. It needs to be balanced, and I think ideally they wouldn't ever have to replenish it. But we're talking a game that will have, decades of lifetime, and hopefully indefinite, and At some point, they may need to do some replenishing, but it's not something they're just going to be throwing it out there. It needs to have that sense of, you know, oh, I've just found this. This is exciting. Eduardo, welcome. Spamming the gadget until it works is annoying. What's that? Sorry. What? I can't seem to attach any gadgets to asteroids in space. The whole, like, mining gadgets that you place on, they're so infuriating sometimes, where they just do not work at all. I've only ever used them on planetary rocks, and I rarely do, just because of how annoying they are. Yeah, for your mental health. So I don't know if they're getting fixed at any time. This game, RM, this is Squadron 42, which is a cinematic, story-driven, single-player game that takes place in 2945, which is about 10 years before where we are now in Star Citizen's PU. Based around the Vanduul's attacks. I mean, they you know, we've been fighting the Vanduul for centuries, like since 2700s, I think. But Vega, the Battle of Vega, they attacked Vega in 2942, 2945, something like that, and it's about the fight back. So it's a single-player game that kind of tells the story of kind of where we are in the burst right now. It certainly is, Eduardo. Yeah. They need to make it not be scanning 3 times before finding out the quality. Yeah, there's so many more updates needed for scanning and radars. They've only just started really updating the scanners and radars to give more information. They are not done yet by any means. And it needs to be, you know, easy to understand big time. Yo, sweetheart, yeah, it can be done. You just have to be patient. Is that on asteroids then? How you doing today, sweet? How's the house coming along, mate? Yeah, I honestly think with the amount of planets and moons and asteroid fields that Star Citizen has, I don't think they're going to run out of resources. But they can game master if they need to, and a lot of playing the alpha will be gathering a lot of data for that kind of stuff so that they can tell, which is good. You want to kill Mark Hamill? What's the first thing you're going to do? Who the hell are you? Mission failed. Don't forget to complete all chapters to get your citizenship. Absolutely. I mean, you can earn it in the PU anyway, but this would be a fun way of doing it. Yeah, they've talked about, I don't know necessarily about making planets and moons 1-to-1 scale, but increasing the size. They've spoken about it being something that they may do, that they'll look into, but I don't know, maybe there's currently no intention to. We will see. You don't have to earn citizenship. No, you don't have to at all. Citizenship is something that will either open doors for you or close doors, depending on who you want to work for. Like, criminal factions will be like, wait, you're a citizen? You're not doing any work for us. Like, when you look at the council and the legitimate side of the version, the council are like, it's like a criminal faction organization that oversees a lot of the criminality in various places. They're like a mafia of sorts. Nothing yet. Nothing earned citizenship yet. Playing through Squadron 42, completing Squadron will earn you citizenship, because essentially to earn citizenship in Star Citizen, in the law, serving in the military is one way of doing it. But as part of the 1.0 overarching storyline that you can play through, going through that storyline will grant you citizenship. If you want to. You don't have to. And for some people they won't, especially if they're playing as criminals. Yeah, it'll be nice to get the NPCs feeling more alive, giving them, you know, getting the population feeling more like a realistic group of people coming and going and doing things is certainly going to enhance the game a lot when we're walking around locations like cities and things. Anyway, narrative have begun. Nope. Narrative... Oh no, hang on. They also captured content. This is narrative team. They also captured content for NPCs encountered during refueling gameplay to allow them to expand the variety of voices in those missions. They have begun adding a variety of contracts that will bring more gameplay to the verse, not only for upcoming events, but for some expanded evergreen missions as well. So by evergreen, they just mean missions that are constantly available to keep doing. They've also created lore for new harvestables. They've wrote scripts for several new mission providers, including solidifying the narrative of their organization, so whoever these mission providers work for, and provided support to both the UI and environment art teams. And I suspect when Genesis does come along, although I'm not expecting proper seasons when Genesis first comes, seasons are something planets will have. That will affect the life cycle of plants and flora. So yeah, the more they bring in, farming crops, natural crops, will be part of 1.0. So more flora will expand on the pretty decent amount of flora we have, but it's probably by no means enough. Yeah, I think if we don't see a sniff of Castra this year, we'll see it next year. I personally don't think we'll see Castra this year. I think, as they sort of stated at CitizenCon Direct, this year is about Nyx and fleshing out Nyx. Malaki, thank you for the follow, by the way, on Twitch. So I think they'll save Castra for next year. I don't think they're going to do like a shadow drop. I mean, they may, if they, bring all of the Nyx system by the end of the year, they may do the same thing with Castra, where they drop the Castra system for us to watch unfold next year. But I personally think it's going to be all of Nyx this year with, well, not all of, there's still more to come, I'm sure, but, all the planets, and then start fleshing out Castra next year, and hopefully going back to the old planets as well and converting them to Genesis planets. Didn't this game at one time talk about we could run for positions in government? Not that I remember. I know it was a question asked. And Chris Roberts, back in the day doing his 10 for the Chairmans, was very much the yes man. But I don't remember. I don't remember, I'm afraid. A few times you've crewed up with other people. I found the game is robust enough to be a great adventure space where stories happen organically. Yes! One of the best things about Star Citizen is, like, you might have in your head, like, oftentimes I'll think, I'm going to jump into Star Citizen tonight and I'm going to do this. And then I jump into Star Citizen and I start doing this. But then something else happens and I end up doing all this other stuff. And then by the end of it, I'm like, wait, I haven't even finished what I intentionally jumped on for. So, yeah, that's why, to me, Star Citizen isn't just about jumping on and doing missions. It's about just existing in the verse. You step foot into the verse, you are open to the potential of any random crazy encounter or thing to happen to you. And sometimes the bugs can help with that. Like, you could be doing something and then suddenly something breaks with the engineering system and you're putting out a fire in your ship or, something silly. There is nothing like it. It's crazy. And Borg, best dog. Yeah. Bullshit. How you doing? Don't sniff Castra. What's it smell like, though? That's the question. No, this is the lair system. Yeah, this is... I mean, the Squadron 42 takes you through quite a few different planetary systems and locations. But it's not, again, you're not going to be able to just sort of drift off and go and explore and do some mining. You're in the Navy. You're not going to be able to go AWOL without, failing the mission. Going to run through a Bengal and put out all the fuses. I don't think they actually affect it as much anymore. Didn't they change it where you replace them with turtles? I love how they take things players do out, and make it a news article. Now, Online Tech Team, they continue to work on several key player-facing features, including the social chat feature, which is being built to enable in-game text communications between players, and alongside this, the social systems pipeline continued to grow, with Friends' online presence, Party Viewer, and orgs formally tracked as upcoming deliverables for future milestones. great news. But of course, we're probably talking quite a while to get all of this stuff out. Starting with communications, the comms app, then it's going to be party finding, party setting up, and party stuff. So parties. And then it's org stuff. And hopefully before all of that, VoIP, but yeah, maybe not. Yo, Insane Radu. How you doing? Featherat, welcome. You feel that I have salvage all over the verse, some refined, not I keep saying I'll get it done, then done. Oh, as in like you've got all this salvage to go and refine, and you keep meaning to get on with it, but you get distracted by other stuff. I do certainly feel that. Am I going to the Manchester Bar Citizens? No, I doubt it. I don't think I'm going to make it to Bar Citizens, to be fair. I mean, if there's a time when I'm like, it's possible, then I will, but I highly doubt I'll get to any of them. Yes, explosives will be nice. The good thing is they want all types of FPS gadgets and devices, all conventional ones, you know, real world ones, but also sci-fi ones. The thing you're not looking forward to is day one mad rush for a base spot. Oh man, yeah. It's my reaction to things like day one mad rushes and things is just to close my eyes and move away from it all. It's a bit like, you know, Black Friday and to me it has the opposite effect. I'm just like, turn around, walk away. I can't deal with that. Yeah, I'm a boring dad, no time for fun. Well, actually, I'm a great dad because I'm not going to a bar. Instead, I'm playing with Summer. Let's put it like that. What were we saying? Distracted me, Tamara-King. Do folks recognize you while walking in public? No. I'm not that well known. And to be fair, Star Citizen is such a niche game. Occasionally there will be a, oh, Star Citizen, yeah, I've heard of that. That's about as far as it goes. I look tired, how dare you? It's probably because I've had sleep. When I've had sleep, I look tireder than when I haven't. It's weird. Now, for the first iteration of the item recovery system that we saw come along in 4.9, more improvements are coming in the future. They do actually talk more, don't they? We've spoken about this. With planning also kicked off for the maglock system as part of the item recovery feature set. Again, no idea when that's coming, but that's great. For May, the team say significant focus was to address live game stability issues tied to the contract system, with the current system generating far too many database entries, causing overloads and performance instability for players, which is pretty much what we saw with the release of 4.8. From this, 2 critical tasks were created to reduce the number of database entries and improve how contracts are filtered. So, yeah. Work is being done to stop those sorts of things from happening. Like, this is the thing about playing Star Citizen, and why it always makes me laugh when you see people throwing the dummy out when something happens. 4.8 came along, it had the most players a patch has ever seen, before the free fly even started. And a lot of things broke. That then highlights the issues, they find what those issues are, and then they go about fixing them. Now, those fixes are not like that, right? They take time to firstly identify, and then create a plan, and then start working on it. So, the whole, like, oh, they're doing this, but they're still selling ships, or the game that works still selling ships. It's like, yes, because the ship pipeline is working fine. This new tech, or this tech that got overloaded, is not. They found the fix, they found the issues, now they're fixing it, and it will. It's just how the whole thing flows. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Featherat. It's because we made Mac play late. Yes, that's true. Yeah. It was about 20 past 11, and Apoc said he's off to bed, and I thought, why, what time is it? And then I looked, and it was, 20 past 11, and I thought, I'm actually planning right now to jump onto a Tiburon again and start manning a turret gun. And I mean, by the time, Mighty got down to pick me up and we got out somewhere and then had engagements, it's going to be gone 12. Star Citizen does not move fast. Anti-Lib, how you doing? Beard's getting longer. It'll be shaved sooner or later, don't worry. I'm done with long beards for now. Welcome, by the way. Cujo, welcome. You're relatively newer. What planets are scenic to fly around? Bloom. Bloom is beautiful. Certain areas of Microtech are beautiful. Hurston is... It looks like it's been trashed, but flying through the clouds, seeing the long casting shadows. Pyro 4 is a cool one as well. Plenty of places. How do you feel about the idea of no CitizenCon this year? And do you think they will do something similar in something else in its place? So they're not going to do anything in its place. I'm happy. If they feel that they need to not do a CitizenCon and focus on what they're doing, then I'm happy for that. You know, we're close to getting Squadron out, of course. The approach to 1.0 is coming. And I'm happy for them to just do what they feel is necessary. I love going to CitizenCons, but of course they're also a big commitment. They're tiring. They take a lot of effort. So it's like, I'm happy either way. It kind of makes up the decision for me. Aerosaurus, welcome. Yes. Yeah, this is from a few years ago. A lot of years ago. Was it 2015? 2017. Okay, not that long ago. Well, still. That's nearly 10 years ago. Yeah, never get tired of Bloom. That yellow and black contrast is beautiful. If no sitcom means getting either game noticeably sooner, I'm okay for cancelling it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Monarchs is nice, but I do prefer Bloom, visually anyway. The team also tackled reliability improvements to mission rewards and is putting better diagnostic tools in place, making it easier to identify and fix issues with missions and contracts not appearing. The Live Tools team continued to deliver improvements across all of their key tools, while also shipping several notable releases. For the Hex tool, CIG released version 3.39. This is an internal tool, which introduced new player support capabilities and updates including improved entitlement tracking and expanding account ownership view and more. That's made that 2 words, that's why I read it weirdly. All this basically means is that they have given developers better tools to track account entitlements, our accounts. So viewing account ownership information, they can investigate player account issues more efficiently, which is all very necessary, especially when you see how many players have major issues with their accounts, getting locked and so forth. So it should help. All this stuff should help CIG see the issues, diagnose the issues, and act on them quicker, reducing the sort of downtime that players would have and are left suffering, which is of major importance. Again, a problem occurred. They work on the tools to help them figure that problem out and efficiently fix it, rather than just sitting on their hands doing nothing, right? They're not like, oh, I'm sorry you've had a problem, close ticket. It's, we're doing something about it. It just takes time. Also, a follow-up release of Hex 3.39.1 kept Hex's blueprint data in sync with the latest services, but throughout the month, work continued on Hex 4.0 design, including a new design system and user experience foundations that will shape all future Hex models. Hex is an internal tool. We're not going to see it. It just basically allows them to track more of our accounts and stuff that's going on for, you know, exploiters, but also issues that we suffer from that stop us from playing. So they're just improving and updating this Hex tool. And the smaller update was just making it compatible with the most recent back-end service changes. Now, finally for the online tech team, on the Bootstrap side, the team continued reliability work throughout May, addressing developer-facing issues like server failures, performance bottlenecks, and configuration problems, while technical planning was for a full Bootstrap client overhaul was kicked off and is now moving from research to design and implementation planning, which just means they are improving the reliability of their sort of internal infrastructure, fixing server failures, performance issues, and configuration problems while planning a major redesign of Bootstrap itself as they prepare for more core back-end updates. Now, finally, R&D team, they spent May implementing tweakable multi-scattering in gas clouds, similar to the multi-scattering solution they used for planetary clouds, and this now smoothly blends between forward and backward scattering, depending on the visibility of the light source of given sample items. They're also working to improve the gas cloud rendering so that clouds can change colours based on their density, creating more realistic and visually impressive nebula, while simultaneously optimizing them for better performance. And furthermore, numerous fixes and improvements were made to the integration of an experimental temporal upsampler borrowed from the planetary cloud stuff, while out-of-bound rights in the gas cloud ray matcher were fixed for Vulcan alongside the sporadic GPU hang due to the introduction of nonlinear stepping. A lot of just technicality stuff there, but they're just improving gas clouds, using a lot of techniques that they used for planetary clouds and just bringing that to gas clouds as well. So that's essentially the monthly report. For me, the biggest thing there is Planet Tech. That was exciting stuff. Coffee time. But yeah, pretty decent report this year. It's, is it Eleanor Tomlinson? I think it is. What do you think about teleportation being a possibility for getting groups together faster? Personally, I would rather we don't have it at all. I can understand why a lot of people would appreciate it and benefit it, and I'm interested to hear their intention as to their way of making it work in the lore. But I don't fast travel. I disable fast travel in games when I play them. I don't have them. I try my best not to use them. So I would prefer not to have it. But again, I understand why people like it. And I guess you don't have to use it. But hopefully, if they do bring it in, it's not something that just kind of waters the whole experience down. But, until we see it and know exactly how it's going to function, then I'm not, at this time, giving a yay or nay. Oh yes, Star Tours tomorrow. If you're in the org, Deacon will be heading out. Hopefully not Josh flying. Aptly nicknamed Crash. SMB Star Tours, being able to look around the verse, toured in a, what ship is it? 600i? Other than the backspacing. You like the idea of stealing the jump clones from Eve? I don't even know what they are. Well, beaming up. So, as much as that kind of thing is teleportation, something they spoke about when they talked about tractor beams is a potential for something like that to happen. Let me actually find that. Hang on. There it is. I've looked for it in the past. Why am I not seeing it? I've searched for the actual name. What on earth? It's not that one, is it? Tractor Refactor. Hang on, let me search for it elsewhere. There we are. If you just Google it, it finds it, weirdly. So, something they hinted at as a potential for future gameplay options, but, they don't want people to be ganked this way. I've missed it. I think it was around this part. Let's just play it from here and see where it comes up. Yo, Dagdalus. Probably a couple of hours left now, I would say, until it comes on back online. If you know, it's not pushed further on. Is it back on? Ixion, how you doing? 90-month mod anniversary, mate. Woo! Crazy. How you doing today? Oh, maybe that's not where they have it. No, I didn't dream it. I can't find it. It was basically a tractor beam that, you know, beam me up kind of thing, up into like a traditional sci-fi alien abduction, tractoring up into the ship. They mentioned something about that, the possibility of doing that, but yeah, I don't know if they're going to do it or if they're just going to look into the potential of it. Are you off, Lance? You are more than welcome, my friend. Have a good night's sleep. Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you, Ixion. What have you been up to? Man, it's been ages since I've seen you. No Citizen Cons, unfortunately, so I'm not going to be hanging out again for a while. 12ing, welcome. We need jetpacks, yes. We also need ejection seat to allow propulsion. Yeah, so we need escape pods. Some form of parachute, jetpack, absolutely. We need it all. And they want it too. I guess it's just a case of when is it going to come? Pyle, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for watching and welcome. Parachutes will work, but again, like you say, it depends on the environment. So there's a definite reason not to use traditional parachutes as an option and just stick to something sci-fi or jetpacky, which I think is the direction they'll take, personally. Although I think parachutes would be quite fun, as long as you're using them responsibly. Your ally, how you doing? So ironclad fixes, yes. Docking fixes, there should be. And then, yeah, general server stability stuff as well. I think there's definitely ironclad, and I'm pretty sure they mentioned a docking fix. Although I can't remember if they said they rolled out the docking fix in a hot fix, and it wasn't fixed. But it might be that they haven't actually rolled that out yet. Keymore, how you doing? Ilseven. An inflatable that's around. I thought about that, but it didn't have to be like an inflatable. It could be a type of goo. There's a film that does that, where as you're coming into land, what's it like, Riddick? As you're coming into land, it just sort of fires this force field that you go, pooh, and then you're off. There's so many options, and I hope they don't just choose one. Like, it would be great to have a jetpack, absolutely. But I think a dropship, like for the Prowler, for example. I mean, at the end of the day, the Xi'an have anti-grav technology. So, although the Prowler has nothing to do with Xi'an, so I don't know why I mentioned that, you could have people jumping out of, say, the Prowler, and then their suit has this built-in force field that fires down as you come into land and allows you to land and run off. Jetpacks? I don't think they were a stretch goal, were they? No, not that I remember. Am I wrong there, though? Maniacal, welcome. Sunjammer, welcome. Losing to the music. I told you, didn't I? Told you, the music goes quiet sometimes, and I turn it up and then you can't hear me. It's just a constant back and forth. I realise that's my fault. I'm not, I'm not saying don't tell me if the music's loud or not. Yo, Ferk, how you doing? Eject! So escape pods, the theory behind it is, in planets, I guess it's you'll just survive the drop because you're in this encased environment that will, stop you from feeling that force. In space, though, you'll just eject out away from whatever, the ship that's about to get disabled or blown up or whatever, and then you will be waiting. What they said about stopping people from attacking escape pods is they will make it one of the most serious crimes. And probably hard to find you if you've escaped. So it's more of making it so that you will be fine and a way to rescue. Puts out a beacon. But I'm sure there's a lot of different scenarios that could require other approaches as well. But yeah, it puts out a beacon for a rescue, and then you have to wait for someone to come along. You'll have resources inside your escape pod potentially to last for a while. Propulsive landing is the only version that works in all. Yes, exactly. It's like different worlds will require different things, but technically in most planets that have an atmosphere, regardless of whether their gravity is, you know, drastically varied from one another, that kind of propulsion style thing would probably work best. But that's not to say they have to stick to one. You know, post 1.0 when everything else is sort of done, there's no reason why they can't, for a laugh, bring in parachutes. Bahuma, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, the Atlas is a cool one for that. We did that, didn't we, into the whole of Hathor. I don't think it has a jet. I mean, the jetpack for the Super Heavy would be kind of cool, but I think the purpose of it is not for hot dropping, but for just providing a lot of firepower, taking a lot of firepower, and, you know, having that ammunition. But you never know. You never know what they will come up with. We're just seeing the first version of that style suit. I'm sure we will see many more, and we'll see many more backpacks and weapons it can use. Yeah, they said they had something better in mind. I do remember that, other than jetpacks. But again, I think, you know, you look on Starfield, jetpacks were fun. So I'm pretty sure we will see jetpacks. Use an audio workbench program like Audacity to normalize the tracks in a music. Oh, can you do that? Oh, I didn't know that. I have Audacity. Or I did, anyway. Thank you, Wonko. You're going to store the closed space pods in your C2 and hold them hostage. Hey, why not? Alzino, welcome. An escape pod like an ejection seat in the B-52 Hustler, or the whole cockpit like on an F-111 for smaller craft. This in addition to the one they have designed into larger ships. Yeah, all ships have various different capabilities, don't they? Like fighters generally just launch and then, like, obviously we're not always going to be in atmosphere. It'll be a case of you just have to wait it out until you get rescued. Other ships have full-on escape. Like you look at the Odin or the Javelin, you've got shuttles to eject people out. Super heavy flamethrower, yeah. Yeah, I think it was free when I had it before. I don't think I paid for it, which is good. Rocky boots. There you go. They're probably going to be hard to control, but that'll be fun. Fire extinguishers. Whee. But yeah, there's so much potential there. This is the thing about Star Citizen, especially if you're new. Some people see it as a good thing, a bad thing. This whole, like, you know, early days, 10 for the chairman, where they would ask Chris Roberts 10 questions. The stretch goals, there was certainly a lot of feature creep. And it's not that CIG weren't aware of that, because when it came to 65 million, which was the last stretch goal, they were like, okay, we need to stop these stretch goals, technically because we're feature creeping, and let's just start making the game. Now that's, all those stretch goals are things that we all want, and they all want. And since then, there's been even more things. There is no limit to what they can bring in. Even when they had persistence, they were like, we could even have a tracker that you could throw onto a ship that would then allow you to track that ship as it travels around the verse for bounty hunting. Like, that wasn't something they had considered until persistence came in, and they were like, that's now possible. And as much, like, now, the fact that they have 1.0 as a goal line and listed all the things they want for 1.0 means these ideas are not holding up the project. A lot of people, when you start saying, oh, what about this? This will be cool. You know, when we're just riffing on things that we're excited for. A lot of people are like, yeah, yes, but actually, that's going to hold the game up even further. And it's not. They have their goal line, which is 1.0. Everything coming in that is what's coming. Beyond that, we can still discuss, speculate, and do all this stuff because we enjoy it and because there's a potential that that stuff will also make it in. And CIG like these ideas. It's not that they're going to be like, all right, hold 1.0 up because, you know, we want flipping ejector seats or something. It's all stuff that will eventually come on, and this game will have decades of playtime. So post 1.0, they will keep building. We will see more technologies and things coming in, and it'll just keep getting better and better. So I am all for these conversations about cool ideas, and add it to the list, you know. I would think the escape pods would just have to be... Yes, low signature, absolutely, or no signature, and only those coming to rescue you get the actual location. There's ways around it, isn't it, to stop that kind of, now you've ejected, I'm just going to shoot you. But again, to you know, one thing they did specify is that you are seen as the low of the low in the verse if you shoot an escape pod, and you will be treated as such in the verse by the law, and you know, the game will push back. Just go on the backlog. What was she doing? Was it a fun scream or a bad scream? Space Whales will be part of 1.0. Yeah, don't worry. Grenade launchers that shoot out grenades that explode into gas and change into squishy jello pads. Add it to the list. People are still playing OSRS. I'm sure. What's OSRS? But yeah, like, you know, you look at things like Eve, World of Warcraft, all these games that have been out for decades. They were built 20 years ago. Star Citizen isn't out yet. Oh, RuneScape. Star Citizen isn't out yet. When it does launch, we're talking 20, 30, 40 years. These jokes, the people that are like, oh, my grandchildren are going to play this, they will. I'm pretty sure they will. It's not a joke. They certainly will. Never done the Corvallis mission. Oh, not the Darnell mission. Do you mean the welcome velocity? How you doing, mate? I'm thinking how everything breaks whenever they release a patch. What will they do in 1.0? As I'm sure... So, everything breaks in the patch because they're still building the game, right? And that means core tech, back-end systems, tools, and so forth. When 1.0 releases, we would have played 1.0. So 1.0 will release to the PTU. We will play it on the PTU, and then it will go to the live server, and we will play it on the live server for however long it takes to quash the bugs, to finish. Well, by that point, everything will be finished back end, you know, dynamic meshing. They will just be optimizing, polishing, fixing bugs, and then when they feel they've got all the bugs and it's optimized enough and everything is finished, then they will do the flip to live. You can't think of 1.0's release as a traditional patch. It's not like, you know, 1.0 on the PTU and then let's just release it to live with, you know, Wave 5 backers having a go. It's... The things are breaking now because there are systems that are coming in that are clashing with old systems that are still needing updating, that there's a lot of reworks in need, a lot of tools and tech that is old versus the new stuff they're working on. It's because the back end isn't finished. It's because the core tech isn't finished. It's because there's so many more gameplay mechanics that need to come in. 1.0 is all that's done. Now it's just bug fixing. Yo, Dynalix, welcome. Thank you so much for watching my stuff. Thank you, sir. Was it what you were expecting? Or did you expect me to be a lot older? Hopefully the long-term backers will get to play it without a wipe to live. What do you mean? No. They'll wipe. Obviously we'll have anything account bound over the years that we've earned will still be with us. But anything we earn in game will be wiped. What do you mean, Trev? What about not using the PTU? Of course they'll use the PTU. Why wouldn't they? What are you saying? Do you really think they will follow through with no more wipes post? Well, yeah. Yeah, they will. I mean, the fact they can do targeted wipes, they can still target people who have used exploits, but they're not going to, like, you know, after 1.0, like an official launch, out of any early access. Yeah, we're out of testing. Everything is permanent. That's alright, Chemo. Again, if anyone's got any questions, by all means ask away. We have only got 5 minutes left, though, unfortunately. Carbon Tails, how you doing? The only thing they need dialed in without failure is the economy. That's not the only thing. That's not the only thing at all. Economy is definitely something that needs dialing in. Core tech needs dialing in. Bugs need dialing in. There's all sorts they need dialing in before 1.0. Features, like you say, can come, but everything else does need to be dialed in as well. Yeah, 1.0 is their minimum viable product that they deem as a releasable game. 1 a.m. Blue. Boy Clueless. Go get some food. Get some food. Mr. Blag, welcome. L7. Yeah. 4.6.7 and then 1.0. Here you go. Who knows aliens might be real? They're so impressed with the war simulation and finish themselves in 24. Yo, Taranto, welcome. You're a long-term backer? And I personally don't want to keep anything from Alpha. Well, no, yeah. It's, post 1.0, official launch, they won't wipe again. I mean, could you imagine if they did? Oh, for the 1.0 testing, yeah. So when we're playing 1.0 before the official release. Oh, you mean you want them to keep that before? Now, I don't think they may have, like, and I doubt it, but, like, a week launch for no, they won't do it. They won't do it. I can't see it working that way. It'll be, here it comes, everybody starts afresh. As original backers, or not original, but previous backers, you know, early backers, and I mean early as in if you backed before 1.0 goes live to a proper product. We will obviously have things that we have earned throughout and the knowledge, credits and so forth, but it won't be you get a special benefit that way.
4, 3.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, the PTU, I think what they have started finding in regards to the PTU, and this is just my opinion on this, is nothing highlights problems better than higher player counts. Ships aside, we'll talk about ships in a second. I'll repeat sort of what I've said, multiple times throughout my previous streams about ships and not getting any PTU time. But ships aside, I think they realized that getting people, like getting it to open PTU as soon as they can is more beneficial with these patches because it just highlights the issues greater rather than sort of drip feeding it out. They still use the PTU, they still use Eva character and then they go through the waves, but oftentimes it doesn't take long before they're open PTU. Ships, on the other hand, absolutely need more time on the PTU. There is no doubt about it, and I've said multiple times that I wish they would do that. It annoys me to death when they release all these ships and they're just broken from the offset. Not from my own personal experience as much, it's just, obviously that is impactful for me, but it's just silly. It's so silly. Let us test them. They do need an actual reputation system that works. They need an economy that, I mean, we can list them all off, Everything needs to work. That's another goes without saying thing. Balian, welcome. Any thoughts on the Basher coming in July? I was teasing. It was teased during DefenseCon with a post. The Basher, what's that? I don't even know what that is. Pooping the AFK system. Yeah, I mean, if ever my org is, if ever we're doing anything multi-crew, I've not said it as much recently, but I always used to say, go to the toilet, if, like the actual toilet in the ship, if you need to go AFK for whatever reason. Because back in the other days, not my org, the first org I was in, someone would have to go because he just had a kid. And he was sat in like a pilot seat or a seat that we needed to access. And he disappeared for like 20 minutes. So I'm like, if you ever need to go AFK, if you can, obviously emergencies, doesn't matter, try to get to the ship toilet. It's not going to be a soft launch, it's going to be a hard launch. What do you mean in terms of overloading servers and not being able to play it? Anyway. Catty, any idea how much the railing will be worth in the CCU? Well, it depends on what you're upgrading from. That will determine how much the CCU is. I don't know what its price is going to be, though. You want to drink the water out of your ship's toilet, Bergs? Again, a sentence that goes without saying. We don't... For a different reason. Some things are obvious, Captain Obvious. Some sentences, many sentences I read on YouTube and on Twitch chat are Captain Obvious responses. That is a... Keep it to yourself. Oh, it's in the actual price of the railing. Well, I don't know, how much was it originally? It's probably going to go up a little bit, but we don't know. I don't remember, because I never bought one, so I never really thought about it. Yo, Darken, yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we'll... maintenance will finish soon. I am going. I'm going to pass the stream on to someone else. It's Friday, isn't it? So next stream will be Monday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday between 2 and 6 p.m. BST is when I stream. And videos throughout the weeks. Next video will probably be the monthly report that we've just ran through on Sunday. Yeah, maintenance shouldn't be going on too much longer. It'll be finishing soon, I would think. An hour or two. An hour, technically, is about the 6-hour window, isn't it? But hopefully they don't need to push it back. So it was 225. Oh, yeah, I can't imagine it'll be more than 400. They don't usually double, do they? They usually go up significantly, but not, like, double the amount. Anyway... Again, thank you for joining me. Thank you for chatting and hanging out with us while we were unable to play. I love all the talk and the speculation and the cool stuff. GameX, you're more than welcome. Yeah, !org. Check if you're in the org. Oh, 12ing. Thank you so much. I certainly will. Go get a nice breakfast. It's dinner time, mate. What are you talking about? Can I not spend that on dinner? Does that have to be breakfast? I mean, I don't mind having breakfast for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I can happily do that. But thank you for the support there, my friend. Much appreciated. Here you go. Have some random splagged emotes. Even some Chris Roberts emotes there. Thank you, sir. Yeah, if you're in the org, or joining the org, once you've joined, check the events calendar for what is going on and join in on any of them. All of them, one of them, or any of them at all. Keep an eye out for who's jumping in and playing. I'm managing to get in and play a bit more these days as well, which is great. We had a good old patrol of Stanton the other day, yesterday. Got into a bit of a skirmish with a lot of M80s and Mantises over Terra Mills, in fact. Try to call us pirates, but our rules of engagement are very strict. Very strict. And we only fight back unless they're known criminals, bounties, you know. Anyway, I don't think there's much else to say right now. Hopefully this maintenance window and bug fixes has fixed a lot of stuff. It's not fixing everything, right? It's just fixing some of the main offenders, I think. But yeah, hopefully it's gotten a lot of stuff that we're having to deal with right now in 4.8, making it more playable. Anyway, let's see who's live, and we can pass it on to them. Some weird stuff on Twitch. We've got Space Tomato. Shall we send it his way? Yes, I think we will. So, /raid. Space Tomato game. Unless you want it, Tomato King. amount of rage you've missed out on, Tomato King. Crazy. Could have raided you multiple times. Yeah, good night, everybody. Much appreciated hanging around. Again, hopefully this fixes a lot of problems we're seeing and we can get back to playing a little bit more smoother. But we will see. They will keep fixing. Even if they don't get everything this time, they will keep continuing to fix. I mean, will they ever get everything? Probably not. But I'll see you all on Monday. Org mates, I will see you throughout the weekend, I would assume. Yeah, this is my end screen. Much love. Enjoy Space Tomatoes stream. And I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.